Chapter 21. The Asparagus Gambit. The Hayes family kitchen, which had served as the birthing room, command center, and finally the morgue of the too much corn movement, was now something else entirely. It was a bunker. The chaotic piles of notes and unanswered mail were gone, swept away like the debris of a failed campaign. The whiteboard had been wiped clean, erased of all the old strategies and diagrams. In their place was a stark, lean, and focused emptiness.
The air itself felt different, charged with the low-voltage hum of a desperate, dangerous new purpose. The War Council was assembled. Cal sat at the head of the table, a position he had never claimed before, but now occupied it with a quiet, unsettling authority. The haunted, defeated look was gone from his eyes, replaced by a cold, clear focus he hadn't possessed even at the height of his initial crusade.
Sarah sat to his right, a mug of untouched coffee between her hands, her role having shifted from worried skeptic to wary co-conspirator. She was the minister of reality, her presence a constant, grounding reminder of the stakes. Across from them, David's face flickered on a laptop screen, his expression a mixture of academic fascination and profound concern for his friend's sanity. And from a speaker connected to the laptop, Elena's voice provided a running commentary, a cynical, strategic narration that was the new guiding philosophy of their war. They were staring at the newly registered domain name on Cal's computer screen, feedcowsasparagus.org. It looked utterly insane. "Okay," David said, breaking the long silence. "The name is memorable, I'll give you that. But what is the actual gambit, Elena? What does this look like in practice?"
"We can't just put up a website with a crazy name and hope for the best." "The hell we can't," Elena's voice crackled from the speaker. "That's almost exactly what we're going to do. The Asparagus Gambit isn't a set of policies, David. It's a psychological weapon. It's a narrative bomb. Our goal is no longer to be reasonable. Our goal is to be unforgettable. We are going to hijack the conversation by creating a premise so absurd that everyone is forced to talk about it."
"I still don't see how that helps," Sarah said, her voice tight with anxiety. "People will think Cal is a lunatic. They already think he's a troublemaker. This will just confirm it." "Good," Elena said flatly. "Let them. The problem with the last movement was that Cal was trying to be a reasonable man. And a reasonable man can be debated, he can be discredited, he can be co-opted. Marcus Thorne proved that. He took Cal's reasonable arguments about runoff and turned them into a $50 million PR campaign for Omniagra. But how does he co-opt Feed Cow's Asparagus? He can't. The moment he says the words, he sounds like a fool. The moment he tries to seriously debate the merits of feeding asparagus to cattle, he loses all of his authority. We are creating a battlefield where his greatest strengths, his money, his polish, his corporate reasonableness, are completely useless." Cal, who had been silent, finally spoke. His voice was low and steady. "She's right, Sarah. I've been thinking about the nonpartisan league, about Evelyn's grandfather. Their biggest mistake was that they tried to build a better version of their opponent's world. They wanted a state bank, a state mill. They wanted to beat the capitalists at their own game. And the capitalists, who owned the game, crushed them for it. They fought on their enemy's territory. We can't do that. We have to create our own territory, a place they can't even find on a map." He looked at the faces of his small, loyal team. "The Asparagus Gambit is that territory. It's our pirate radio station. It's our island of absurdity in their ocean of corporate speak. The point isn't to convince anyone that feeding asparagus to cows is a good idea. The point is that the current system of feeding them subsidized, pesticide-drenched corn that makes them sick and poisons our water is an even more absurd idea. We're just holding up a funhouse mirror to it." "It's a new frame," David murmured, the pieces clicking into place for him. He grabbed a marker and turned to the clean whiteboard. He drew a large square. "This is Thorne's frame," he said. "It's called Reasonable Dialogue. Inside it, he can debate soil health, runoff, economics, anything. and he always wins because he controls the terms. He then drew a wild, squiggly shape far outside the square. This is us. This is feed cows asparagus. Thorn can't get to it from inside his box. To even address it, he has to leave the safety of his frame and enter ours. And in our frame, he has no power. It's brilliant. It's still terrifying, Sarah whispered, but a flicker of understanding had dawned in her eyes.
It's supposed to be, Elena said. If it doesn't terrify you, it's not radical enough. Now let's talk tactics. The website. It has to be perfect, stark, minimalist, deadpan serious, no jokes. The seriousness is what makes the absurdity so powerful. For the next several hours, they became the architects of this new, strange weapon. They debated the design of the website with the intensity of engineers designing a missile.
The home page, Cal insisted, should have nothing on it but the words "Feed cows asparagus" in big, black, block letters against a white background. Nothing else. No pictures, no menus. Just the statement. It should be confusing. It should make people wonder if their computer is broken. I like it, Elena said. It's confrontational and weird. But we need one image. A logo. Something that will become the symbol of the whole damn thing. Lily was summoned. She came into the kitchen, her eyes wide at the strange, manic energy in the room. Cal tried to explain the new strategy to her. He watched her face, expecting the confused frown of a teenager, but instead, her expression lit up with an instant, intuitive understanding that baffled him. "Oh," she said, her voice full of a sudden, unexpected excitement. "So it's like a meme, a political meme." "Exactly," David said, beaming at his goddaughter. "It's a meme, but for C-SPAN."
So the logo should be weird too, Lily said, pulling a chair up to the laptop. It shouldn't be a picture of a cow or asparagus. That's too literal. Her fingers flew across the trackpad, her mind working in a language of visual shorthand that the adults in the room could barely follow. She opened the simple design program she had used before. She found a public domain image, a classic black and white silhouette of a cow.
Then, with a few clicks, she superimposed a single, stark green stalk of asparagus over it, like a brand or a bar sinister on a coat of arms. The result was striking. It was elegant, minimalist, and completely, utterly bizarre. "That's it," Elena's voice said from the speaker, a note of genuine awe in her tone. "That's our flag. Your daughter is a genius, Cal." Lily blushed, a rare sight. "It's just design," she mumbled, but she couldn't hide her pride. The next, most crucial step was the manifesto, the "Our Mission" section of the website. This was the core of the gambit, the place where they would execute the narrative judo. It had to be a masterpiece of deadpan redirection. "Every sentence has to be a pivot," Cal said, pacing the kitchen floor. "Someone comes to the site wanting to know why we want to feed asparagus to cows. We have to answer a different question. We have to answer the question of why we're feeding them corn." They spent 2 hours writing and rewriting the text, arguing over every word. The final version was a piece of rhetorical art, a trap laid with perfect, logical prose. It began simply, "Why asparagus?" That is an excellent question. A more pressing question might be, to a single crop.
Why are we propping up this unprecedented monoculture with a complex and opaque system of federally subsidized crop insurance? A system that socializes risk for producers while privatizing profit for a handful of multinational corporations. Why are we feeding this grain, which requires massive inputs of fossil fuel-derived nitrogen fertilizer, to ruminant animals whose digestive systems are exquisitely evolved to eat grass, not starch?
Why are we then treating the entirely predictable health problems this diet causes, in cattle, acidosis, liver abscesses, with routine subtherapeutic doses of antibiotics, a practice that contributes to the rise of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, a clear and present danger to human health? Why do we accept that the excess nitrogen runoff from this system creates a vast oxygen-deprived dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico every summer, destroying fisheries and coastal ecosystems?
And why has this system, which is supposedly a model of efficiency,
led to the hollowing out of rural communities, the consolidation of market power into the hands of a few corporate giants like Omniagra, and the near extinction of the independent family farmer. These are complex, challenging questions. We believe it is time for an honest, open dialogue. So, yes, let's talk about asparagus. It's perfect, David whispered, reading the final text on the screen.
It's a declaration of war disguised as a reasonable inquiry. You never answer the question, but you leave the reader convinced that asparagus is the sanest idea they've ever heard. The final step was the launch. There was no fanfare, no email blast to their old list. That list was a relic of a different war. This had to be a quiet, surgical insertion into the digital bloodstream. At 10 o'clock that night, the four of them were gathered around the laptop in the quiet kitchen.
Lily had already created the social media accounts, all bearing the strange new logo. The website was built, a stark white page with its bizarre three-word proclamation. "Ready?" Cal asked, his hand hovering over the mouse. He looked at Sarah. Her face was pale, but she nodded, her eyes full of a fierce, terrifying love. He looked at David's face on the screen, who gave him a thumbs up. He could hear Elena's steady breathing on the speaker. This was it. The leap. He was no longer the reasonable farmer. He was about to become the jester, the lunatic, the man who wanted to feed asparagus to cows. He clicked the button. The website went live. He then turned to the new Twitter account. He typed out the very first message from the new movement, the first shot in this new, absurd war. The tweet was simple. It contained only their new logo and a single, provocative question addressed directly to the enemy. At Omniagra. Thoughts? He hit tweet. The message flew out into the vast, silent darkness of the internet. They had lit the fuse on their narrative bomb. They had no idea if it would be a dud, or if it would create an explosion big enough to change the world. They could only sit in the quiet of the kitchen, in their small bunker in the middle of the sea of gold, and wait for the echo. Chapter 22. The Media Bites. The tweet, a single provocative question launched into the digital void, was followed by a silence so profound and absolute that it felt like a judgment. The four of them sat in the kitchen, the glow of the laptop screen illuminating their tense faces, watching the Twitter feed for a response that never came. An hour passed, then two. The grand narrative bomb they had so carefully constructed seemed to have been a dud. The silence was not the stunned intake of breath before a great event. It was the vast, indifferent quiet of an empty universe. "Well," David said finally, his voice small in the quiet room, "that was anticlimactic." Sarah, who had been holding her breath for what felt like hours, let it out in a long, weary sigh. "Maybe it's for the best," she whispered. "Maybe no one saw it. We can just take the website down in the morning and pretend this whole crazy night never happened." Cal stared at the screen, at their bizarre logo and their absurd question hanging unanswered in cyberspace. He felt a familiar, sickening lurch of failure. The elation, the giddy sense of purpose they had felt just hours before, evaporated, leaving behind the cold, gritty residue of humiliation. He had not just failed, he had failed absurdly. He had traded his respectable, fact-based movement for a joke that no one had even heard. "I need some air," he said, pushing his chair back. He walked out onto the porch, into the cool, damp air of the Iowa night. The sky was a vast, star-dusted canopy, the moon a silver sliver. The cornfields rustled in the gentle breeze, a soft, sibilant sound that seemed to be whispering a single word: fool. He had done it. He had finally, truly lost his mind. He was the man who had shouted a nonsensical riddle at a hurricane and been met with nothing but the wind. The gambit, it seemed,
had failed. For 3 days, the silence held.
The website feedcowsasparagus.org registered a paltry 17 views, most of them from Cal and David, compulsively checking to see if it was still there. The tweet to Omni Agra remained unanswered, a tiny, pathetic flare that had fizzled out in the darkness. The old movement was dead, and the new one had been stillborn. Cal retreated back into the shell of his farm work, the physical labor a welcome anesthetic for the shame that gnawed at him. He was done.
He had tried, he had failed, and now he would simply endure. The first sound was not a bang, but a tiny, almost imperceptible ping. It came on a Tuesday afternoon. Lily was at the kitchen table, doing her homework, when she suddenly sat up straight. "Dad," she called out, "something's happening." Cal came in from the workshop, wiping grease from his hands. "What is it?" "The Twitter account," she said, her eyes wide as she stared at her phone. Someone wrote about us."
He leaned over her shoulder. The notification was a link to an article on a small, obscure blog called AgriWeird, a site dedicated to the strange fringes of agricultural culture. The headline read, "Is this Iowa farmer's bizarre new website a cry for help or the smartest political protest of the year?" The article was short and bemused. The author, a blogger who wrote under the pseudonym The Gadfly, had stumbled upon the website and was utterly baffled by it.
"The site itself is a masterpiece of minimalist trolling," he wrote. "It offers no explanation, no context, just the deadpan, vaguely threatening proclamation to feed cows asparagus. Is it performance art? A Dadaist prank? Or is it a deeply serious, if deeply weird, critique of the corn industrial complex? We have no idea, but we can't stop thinking about it." The article was a tiny pebble, but it was enough to start an avalanche. The post was picked up by a slightly larger tech culture website, which then got linked by a political commentary aggregator. By Wednesday morning, Feed Cows Asparagus was a low-level, ironic buzz on the internet. The website's traffic jumped from 17 to a few thousand. The hashtag #FeedCowsAsparagus began to appear, used mostly by people who thought it was a hilarious non sequitur. Cal watched it all with a sense of detached horror. This wasn't what he had intended.
He was being laughed at. He was a curiosity, a piece of internet flotsam to be shared and mocked before the next shiny object came along. "This is a disaster," he said to Elena over the phone that evening. He was pacing the office, the old anxiety returning with a vengeance. "They think I'm a joke. They're not talking about the issues. They're just laughing at the slogan." "Cal, for the love of God, listen to me." Elena's voice was sharp, impatient. "Let them laugh."
What are they saying when they laugh? They are saying the words, "Feed cows asparagus." They are repeating your message for you. They are your unpaid marketing department. Every ironic tweet, every snarky blog post is a victory. Stop looking at their tone and start looking at their words. They are talking about you. He wanted to believe her, but the feeling of being a public laughingstock was a corrosive acid in his gut. He was a serious man. He had never been the class clown. To be the subject of this kind of ridicule felt like a fundamental violation of his character. The story made the leap from the niche corners of the internet to the mainstream on Thursday. It happened in the most ignominious way possible. A producer for a primetime cable news show, The O'Reilly Factor, was looking for a light, quirky story to end the show with, a kicker to cleanse the palate after an hour of angry political debate. The segment was called WTH, What the Heck? And it specialized in mocking viral videos and strange local news stories. The producer saw the hashtag #FeedCowsAsparagus hashtag trending, and smelling blood in the water, booked Cal for a live satellite interview. "Absolutely not," Cal said when the call came in. "I'm not going on some comedy segment to be made fun of by a professional bully." "You have to," Elena told him in a conference call moments later. Her voice was electric. "This is it, Cal. This is the moment the entire gambit was designed for. This is your first contact with the enemy on your own terms. You are not going to their food dialogue.
They are coming to your asparagus field. This is the whole ballgame. The next 24 hours were the most intense of Cal's life. The War Council went into overdrive. They drilled him relentlessly, turning the kitchen into a brutal, unforgiving media training boot camp. Elena was the general.
"You have one job and one job only," she commanded, her voice a whip crack over the speakerphone. "Pivot. You will be a pivoting machine. Bill O'Reilly is a shark. He smells blood. He will try to get you to admit it's a joke. He will try to make you angry. He will try to fluster you. You will do none of those things. You will be calm. You will be polite. You will be deadly serious."
And every single time he asks you a question about asparagus, you will politely acknowledge it, and then you will answer a different question, the one you want to answer. He will ask, "Are you crazy?" You will say, "It's a fair question, but I think the crazier thing is a system that..." You will be a broken record, a polite, earnest, unstoppable broken record. Is that clear? David was the data man. 3 points, Cal. That's all you get. Don't try to unload the whole spreadsheet. Just 3.
Memorize them. The percentage of the U.S. corn crop that goes to animal feed and ethanol, it's about 80%. The energy ratio, it takes at least 10 times the fossil fuel energy to produce a calorie of beef than a calorie of grain. And the size of the dead zone, last year it was the size of Massachusetts. Feed, fuel, fish. That's it. Those are your anchors. No matter how stormy it gets, you cling to those 3 facts. And Sarah was his heart. She didn't drill him on policy or tactics.
She worked on his soul. The night before the interview, she set up a chair in the living room, across from the television. "Sit," she commanded. He sat. "Now," she said, standing behind the television. "Look at me, not at the screen, not at the camera. Look right here. You're not talking to Bill O'Reilly. You're not talking to America. You're talking to me. You're explaining to me why you're putting our family through this hell. You're telling me why this matters. Just talk to me, Cal. Tell me the truth." The interview was scheduled for 7 p.m. A satellite truck, a lumbering beast of a vehicle, arrived at the farm that afternoon. The technician, a world-weary man with a ponytail, set up a camera, a bright light, and a single chair in Cal's workshop, in front of the pegboard wall of tools. The juxtaposition was perfect. The plain, honest farmer in his natural habitat.
Cal sat in the chair, an earpiece in his ear, the heat from the light making him sweat through his new blue tie. Sarah stood just behind the camera, right in his line of sight, her expression a mask of fierce, loving encouragement. "Okay, Mr. Hayes, we're live in 30 seconds, the technician said. "Just look into the lens. You'll hear Mr. O'Reilly in your ear." Cal's heart was a trip hammer. He looked past the camera, at Sarah's face. He took a deep breath.
Suddenly, a loud, belligerent voice filled his ear. "And we're back on The Factor, our WTH segment tonight, folks. You're not gonna believe this one. There's a farmer out in Iowa who has the whole internet in a tizzy with his big idea to solve all our problems. His solution? He wants to feed asparagus to cows." A loud canned laugh track played. Joining me now live from his farm in Iowa is Caleb Hayes. Mr. Hayes, welcome to The Factor.
A small image of Bill O'Reilly appeared on a monitor next to the camera. He was smirking, his face a mask of patronizing amusement. "Mr. Hayes," O'Reilly began, his voice dripping with condescension. "Let's not beat around the bush here. My viewers are busy people. They want to know, is this a joke? Are you really, seriously suggesting that the solution to America's problems is to feed asparagus to our cattle?" Cal looked straight ahead, at Sarah's eyes.
He ignored the smirking face on the monitor. He spoke calmly, clearly, as if he were talking to his wife across the kitchen table. "Mr. O'Reilly, that's a fair question," he said, his voice steady. "But I think the question that we should be asking is whether our current system is sane. Right now, we use about 80% of our corn, the biggest crop in this country, for 2 things:
animal feed, and ethanol.
We're feeding a grain that cattle are not designed to eat, and we're burning food in our gas tanks. I'm just a farmer, but that doesn't seem very sensible to me. O'Reilly was taken aback for a split second. He had expected a stammering fool. He recovered quickly. Okay, a nice little pivot there, Mr. Hayes. Very clever. But you're not answering the question. The asparagus. Is it a real proposal or not? Yes or no?
I think the health of our country is a very real proposal, sir, Cal said, his voice still preternaturally calm. It takes about 10 times more fossil fuel energy to produce a calorie of beef than it does a calorie of grain. We're burning a massive amount of oil and natural gas to create a system that is pushing family farmers like me to the brink and making our country less healthy. I think we should be talking about that. O'Reilly's smirk was beginning to fade, a flicker of irritation replacing it. You're a slippery one, Hayes, I'll give you that. But you can't hide behind these talking points. Let's talk about your slogan, Feed Cows Asparagus. Do you understand how ridiculous that sounds to the average hard-working American? I understand that the average hard-working American is seeing their communities hollowed out and their healthcare costs go up, Cal said, his voice gaining a quiet strength.
And I think part of that has to do with an agricultural system that is polluting our water. Last year, the fertilizer runoff from farms like mine created a dead zone in the Gulf that was the size of Massachusetts. That's not a joke, sir. That's a catastrophe. The host was now visibly angry. He had lost control of the segment. He had invited a clown for his circus, and a prophet had shown up instead. He tried one last time, his voice rising to a shout. Just answer the question, Hayes.
Asparagus. Yes or no? Is it a joke? Cal paused. He looked at Sarah. He saw her nod, a tiny, almost imperceptible motion. He turned his gaze back to the camera lens. Mr. O'Reilly, he said, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone that cut through the host's bluster. I think destroying the Gulf of Mexico is a joke. I think a system that depends on massive government subsidies to survive is a joke. I think feeding animals a diet that makes them sick is a joke.
My slogan, I think it's the sanest thing I've said all year. The interview ended abruptly. O'Reilly, flustered and furious, cut him off and went to a commercial. In the workshop, the bright light clicked off. The technician removed his earpiece. It was over. Cal sat in the chair, shaking with adrenaline. Sarah rushed to his side, her arms wrapping around him. You did it, she whispered in his ear. Oh, Cal, you did it. David's triumphant, pixelated face was on the laptop. It was perfect. You were perfect. He looked like a complete ass. Elena's voice came through the speaker. It was quiet, and for the first time, Cal heard a note of something that sounded like genuine, unadulterated respect. Not bad, farmer, she said. Not bad at all. That night, the clip of the interview went viral, but the narrative was not what O'Reilly had intended. The title of the YouTube clip that got 1 million views was not Crazy Farmer Owns Himself on National TV. It was Bill O'Reilly Gets Schooled by Zen Farmer. The comments were overwhelmingly on Cal's side. People who had come to laugh at the crazy asparagus man found themselves listening to his calm, relentless, factual pivots. His deadpan seriousness in the face of O'Reilly's sputtering rage made him look like a folk hero. The media had bitten. They had come to mock, but they had been hooked by a story that was far more complex and compelling than they had ever imagined. The asparagus gambit had worked. Cal Hayes was no longer just a joke. He was a joke with a very, very serious point. And now the whole country was leaning in, trying to understand what it was. Chapter 23. The Ghost in the Archives. The victory, when it came, was disorienting. For 2 days after the O'Reilly interview, Cal's phone buzzed with a new kind of energy. The messages were no longer from the warring factions of his old coalition, but from strangers, from the media, from a vast, unseen public that had witnessed his strange, deadpan performance. The clips of the interview were everywhere, remixed with hip-hop beats, analyzed by political pundits,
and shared by millions. He had become, in the bizarre alchemy of the internet, a folk hero. The Zen farmer, they called him, the man who had calmly, politely, and relentlessly dismantled a cable news bully. He was invited onto morning shows, offered spots on political roundtables, and solicited for quotes by newspapers from the New York Times to the Sacramento Bee. The sheer volume of it was overwhelming. The world was suddenly clamoring for the voice it had ignored just weeks before. But Cal did not feel triumphant.
He felt a deep and unsettling sense of dread. The victory felt hollow, unearned. He hadn't won a debate on the merits of his argument. He had won a personality contest. He had become a character in a drama, a meme, a temporary hero in the endless, churning cycle of online content. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him, that it was ephemeral. Heroes were built up to be torn down. The media that celebrated him today would be just as eager to feast on his carcass tomorrow.
He turned down all the interview requests, much to Elena's professional frustration. "You have to capitalize on this, Cal," she argued, her voice a sharp, insistent buzz over the phone. "This is the momentum we've been waiting for. You have a national platform. You have to use it." "To do what?" he asked, his voice flat. He was standing in his office, the door closed, surrounded by the ghosts he had brought back from Evelyn Gable's attic. To become a professional talking head?
To be the Zen farmer until the next meme comes along? That's not a platform, Elena. It's a different kind of trap. "What are you doing in there, pal?" she asked, a note of suspicion in her voice. "You've gone quiet." "I'm studying," he said, and hung up the phone. He knew he couldn't explain it to her. Not yet. He couldn't explain the gnawing obsession that had taken root in him. The interview hadn't made him feel powerful. It had made him feel profoundly vulnerable. He had survived the first skirmish, but he knew, with the instinct of a farmer sensing a coming storm, that the real war was yet to come. The playbook used against him on that stage, the folksy farmer, the appeal to community, the accusation of radicalism, had been a pale echo of the century-old vitriol he had found in Evelyn's trunk. He realized that Omniagra hadn't even begun to fight. They had sent a local news anchor and a few friendly panelists. They hadn't yet unleashed the real weapons, the ones he'd seen in the yellowed pages of the Iowa Patriot. He had to be ready. He had to know the enemy's playbook, not just the modern version, but the original text. He had to become the world's leading scholar of a forgotten war. His obsession deepened. Sleep became a luxury he could no longer afford. After Sarah and Lily were in bed, he would retreat to his office, the glow of his monitor casting a pale, ghostly light on his face. The room became a digital archive, a portal to the past. Guided by the initial clues from Evelyn's trunk and David's research, he plunged into the online archives of universities and historical societies across the upper Midwest. He learned how to navigate the clunky, non-intuitive interfaces of digitized newspaper collections, how to use Boolean operators to search for obscure terms, how to cross-reference names and dates. He found them, the ghosts. He started with the nonpartisan Leader, the official newspaper of the League. He scrolled through hundreds of pages, the grainy black and white images flickering on his screen. He saw the faces of the farmers, their expressions grim and determined, their eyes burning with a righteous fire that he recognized in his own soul. He read their arguments, their passionate, data-driven pleas for economic justice. He saw their cartoons, the stark, powerful images of big biz and the corrupt politicians. He felt a profound, heartbreaking kinship with these men. They were his people. Then he would turn to the opposition. He found digitized copies of a half-dozen small, virulently anti-League newspapers, papers funded, he would later learn, by the bankers, railroad barons, and grain merchants the League was fighting. His favorite, the one he returned to again and again, was a publication out of Fargo called The Red Flame. The name itself was a stroke of evil genius,
a perfect piece of fear-mongering for the post-revolution Red Scare. Night after night, he sat in the quiet of his office, the only sound the click of his mouse and the low hum of the computer, and he read the words of his enemies. He wasn't just reading for historical context, he was reading for tactics. He was creating a dossier, a threat assessment. He began to categorize the attacks, to see the patterns, the specific, repeatable techniques of character assassination. The first and most common tactic was the smear of socialism. The Red Flame was relentless on this point. Every League proposal, no matter how practical, was framed as a step toward a Bolshevik takeover. He found an editorial from October 1919, and the words seemed to leap off the screen. Mr.
Townley and his nonpartisan socialists are not interested in helping the farmer. They are interested in destroying the very foundations of American liberty. Their proposal for a state-owned bank is not a plan for economic fairness. It is a carbon copy of the schemes of Lenin and Trotsky, designed to seize private property and extinguish the flame of individual enterprise. This is not populism. It is poison. It is the red flame of Bolshevism licking at the door of our great republic.
Cal printed it out and laid it on his desk, next to a transcript of Marcus Vance's podcast, where Vance had called the Farm Bill a socialist monstrosity. The language was identical. The fear was the same. The second tactic was the question of loyalty. The opposition constantly framed the League as un-American, as a foreign, alien ideology that was antithetical to the nation's values. They used the recent trauma of World War I as a cudgel. He found a cartoon in a paper called The Sane Citizen. It depicted a League organizer, drawn with stereotypical anarchist features, handing a pamphlet to a wholesome-looking farmer. In the background, a shadowy figure of a German soldier with a spiked helmet was whispering in the organizer's ear. The caption read, "The Kaiser's New Friends." Another article in the Red Flame accused AAC, Townley, of being a traitor. While our brave boys were fighting and dying in the trenches of France to make the world safe for democracy, these so-called non-partisans were here at home, sowing dissent and weakening our nation from within. They speak of fairness for the farmer, but their actions serve only the interests of our enemies abroad. A vote for the League is a vote against the flag.
Cal thought of George Carmichael on the stage of the Food Dialogue, his voice thick with emotion, accusing Cal of attacking the American way of life, of disrespecting the hard work of the farmer. It was the same play. You are not one of us. You are an outsider. You are a threat to our tribe. The third, and perhaps most insidious tactic, was the attack on character. When the opposition couldn't win on the facts, they went after the men themselves. They dug into their pasts, twisted their words, and manufactured scandals. Cal spent a whole night reading the transcripts of a libel trial. The League's opponents had accused Townley of financial mismanagement, of running the League as his own personal piggy bank. The accusations were baseless, a web of innuendo and half-truths, but the mud stuck. The newspapers printed the accusations as fact, day after day. He found an article in the Red Flame with the headline, "Prophet of the Prairie" or "Profiteer of the Poor." The article was a masterpiece of character assassination, painting Townley as a failed farmer and a charismatic conman who was preying on the desperation of his followers. Cal felt a cold dread creep up his spine. He thought of his own life. He was a good man, he knew that. But was he perfect? Had he never made a bad business decision? Had he never said something in anger or frustration that could be twisted and used against him? He realized with a sickening certainty that Omniagra would already be looking. They would have a team of researchers, private investigators probably, digging into every corner of his life, searching for a weakness, a mistake, a crack they could exploit and blow wide open. This nightly descent into the archives began to take its toll. He was gaunt, his eyes shadowed with exhaustion. He moved through his days in a fog, his mind 100 years in the past. Sarah watched him with a growing sense of alarm. One night, long after midnight, she came into the office. He was hunched over the screen, his face illuminated by the ghostly glow, surrounded by printouts of the hateful century-old articles. "Cal?" she said softly from the doorway. He jumped, startled, as if she had woken him from a trance. "Sarah, what are you doing up?"
"I could ask you the same thing," she said, walking into the room. She looked at the papers spread across the floor, at the vitriolic headlines. "What is all this? You look like you're preparing for war." "I am," he said, his voice low and intense. "I'm learning the enemy's strategy." "Or are you letting the enemy drive you crazy?" she countered, her voice sharp with worry. She picked up one of the printouts. "The red flame of Bolshevism," she read aloud. "Cal, this is history."
"It's 100 years ago. You're becoming obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're barely here even when you're standing right in front of me. You look like one of these ghosts you're chasing." "It's not history, Sarah, don't you see?" he said, standing up, his own voice rising with a desperate need to make her understand. "It's a blueprint. It's a live intelligence source. Everything they did to these men, they are going to do to me, to us."
The smear of being a socialist, the accusation of being un-American, the personal attacks, it's all coming. This isn't paranoia, it's pattern recognition. I'm not chasing ghosts, I'm learning how to fight them. He grabbed 2 pieces of paper from his desk. One was the editorial from the Red Flame, calling the NPL's state bank plan, quote, "a carbon copy of the schemes of Lenin and Trotsky." The other was a printout of a recent blog post from a conservative think tank, an organization Elena had discovered was secretly funded by Omniagra's parent company. The post attacked the idea of strengthening antitrust enforcement against agricultural monopolies as a dangerous step toward a state-controlled socialist food system. "Look," he said, holding the 2 papers side by side. "Look at the language. It's the same, word for word in some places."
They haven't even bothered to write a new script. Why would they? The old one still works. Sarah looked at the 2 documents, at the chilling parallel between the century-old invective and the modern, corporate-sponsored prose. The fear in her eyes was replaced by a dawning horror. He wasn't paranoid. He was right. "My God, Cal," she whispered. He felt no triumph in her understanding, only a shared, somber dread. His obsession was no longer just a historical curiosity.
It was an active, real-time intelligence operation. He was no longer just reacting to Thorne's moves. He was beginning to anticipate them. He was learning the rhythm of the attack, the deep, historical grammar of his enemy's hate. He sat back down at his desk, the weight of his discovery settling over him. He was not just a farmer fighting a corporation.
He was a man standing on a battlefield that had been chosen for him a century ago, a battlefield littered with the ghosts of men who looked just like him and had fought with the same honorable, inadequate weapons. He knew now that facts were not enough. Reason was not enough. The only way to survive the coming storm was to know the storm itself, to understand its patterns, its history, its cold and timeless fury. He looked at the screen, at the grainy face of a long-dead farmer staring back at him, and he knew what he had to do. He had to keep reading. He had to keep watching. He had to wait for the ghosts to tell him what came next. Chapter 24. The First Smear. The war, Cal was learning, was not fought in the sun-drenched cornfields of Iowa. It was fought in quiet, climate-controlled rooms with expensive views. One such room, on the top floor of a glass tower on K Street in Washington, D.C., belonged to Richard Sterling, the founder and principal of the Sterling Trust, a public affairs firm whose name was spoken in hushed, fearful tones in the halls of power. Sterling was not a lobbyist. Lobbyists were clumsy, transactional creatures. Richard Sterling was a narrative architect. He did not bribe politicians. He built the intellectual and emotional ecosystems in which they lived. He did not attack his clients' enemies. He created realities in which those enemies ceased to be credible. His firm was the unspoken, unlisted line item in the budgets of half the Fortune 100 companies that had a public perception problem, and OmniAgra had a perception problem.
Richard Sterling, a man as sleek and silver as his name, sat behind a desk carved from a single piece of reclaimed teak. He was listening, his face a mask of placid neutrality, to the frustrated voice of Marcus Thorne, which emanated from a large, high-definition monitor that took up half the wall. The asparagus gambit was unexpectedly sticky, Richard, Thorne said, his usual polish frayed with irritation. The O'Reilly segment was a complete disaster.
Our internal polling shows that Hayes's stunt actually increased his name recognition and his perceived authenticity. He played the fool and came out looking like a sage. We cannot allow that to stand. Sterling steepled his long, elegant fingers. He had the hands of a concert pianist and the eyes of a reptile. Of course not, Marcus. Your initial strategy was sound. The food dialogue was a textbook neutralization. You successfully framed him as a radical and then co-opted his message.
That should have been the end of it, but you are correct. His pivot to absurdity was novel. It shows a degree of strategic thinking we did not anticipate. He is being coached, and coached well. It's the journalist, Thorne grumbled. Elena Flores. She's been a thorn in our side for years. She's feeding him tactics. Yes, Sterling said, a faint, thin smile touching his lips. The journalist. That is a problem for another day. For now, we must deal with the farmer. Your Phase 1 strategy of deflection and co-option has been bypassed. It is time for Phase 2. And what is Phase 2? Thorne asked, his impatience evident even through the fiber optic cable. Phase 2, Sterling said, his voice dropping to a soft, conspiratorial purr, is escalation. It is the classic, time-honored, and undefeated strategy of ideological warfare. We are done mocking his absurd slogan. We are now going to take it seriously.
We are going to take it so seriously that it becomes terrifying. We are going to stop treating him as a nuisance and start treating him as a threat to national security. We are going to move him from the WTH segment to the front page of the opinion section. He swiveled in his chair to look out at the panoramic view of the Capitol dome. The American public, Marcus, does not have the attention span for a nuanced debate about agricultural policy. They have never had it.
But they have a deep and abiding capacity for fear. Fear of the other, fear of the radical, fear of the foreign. We are not going to attack the farmer's data. We are going to attack his soul. The Red Scare playbook, Thorne said, a note of understanding and perhaps admiration in his voice. It is not a Red Scare playbook, Marcus, Sterling corrected him gently. That is a pejorative term used by the losers of history. It is a patriotism playbook. It is an Americanism playbook.
And it is undefeated because it bypasses the brain and goes straight for the gut. We are going to link Mr. Hayes's charming, folksy agrarianism to the most toxic political ideologies in the American consciousness. We are going to make him a socialist. And how do we do that? Sterling smiled his reptile smile. We don't, of course. That would be clumsy. We will have a respected third-party intellectual do it for us. He picked up a slim folder from his desk. Dr. Harrison Finch of the American Enterprise Institute, a distinguished fellow, a respected historian of economic thought. He has a new book coming out on the dangers of collectivist ideologies. The Institute, as you know, has been a grateful recipient of grants from several of our partner foundations for many years. Dr. Finch is very eager to find a contemporary peg on which to hang his historical arguments. He'll write an op-ed, Thorne stated. He has already written it, Sterling said, pulling a single sheet of paper from the folder. We helped him with the final polish. It is a beautiful piece of work. It does not mention asparagus. It does not mention feed cows asparagus. It does something far more powerful. It takes the core ideas of the movement, the critique of corporate consolidation, the call for a more diversified and less market-driven agricultural system, and it gives them a name. It calls them neo-agrarian socialism.
It traces their intellectual lineage back not to Thomas Jefferson, but to Karl Marx. It speaks of failed collectivist experiments in the Soviet Union and the un-American desire to replace individual enterprise with state control. He held the paper up to the light, admiring it like a work of art. The language is perfect. It is academic, authoritative, and deeply alarming. And we have already arranged for its placement. Not in the Des Moines Register. That's too small, too regional.
We are going national. It will appear in tomorrow's edition of the Wall Street Journal. That's aggressive, Thorne said, a note of caution in his voice. Phase 2 is aggressive by definition, Marcus, Sterling said, his voice turning cold. You have a problem that is metastasizing. The farmer has become a symbol. We must destroy the symbol. We must make him radioactive. We must turn him from a plucky folk hero into a dangerous ideologue.
After this op-ed runs, any politician who dares to meet with him, any journalist who quotes him favorably, any organization that allies with him will be forced to answer the question, do you endorse this man's socialist agenda? The conversation will no longer be about corn. It will be about communism, and that is a conversation we will always win. The bomb dropped at 6:03 a.m. the next morning.
Elena Flores was sitting at her small kitchen table in Madison, a cup of black coffee in one hand, her tablet in the other, performing her daily ritual of scanning the opinion pages of the nation's major newspapers. When she saw the headline on the Wall Street Journal's website, she froze, the coffee cup halfway to her lips. "The new socialism wears overalls," the headline screamed. The byline was Dr. Harrison Finch. Her blood ran cold. She read the first paragraph, and then the second.
Her breath caught in her throat. It was happening, exactly as Cal had predicted. It was the ghost from the archives, dressed up in a fancy new suit from the American Enterprise Institute. She didn't even finish the article. She grabbed her phone and dialed Cal's number. Cal was in the barn, forking hay to his small herd of Herefords. The early morning work was a comfort, a way to connect with the real, physical world before plunging back into the surreal, exhausting business of his public life.
When his phone rang, he saw Elena's name and his stomach tightened. Her calls were never social. "Did you see it?" she asked, her voice tight, stripped of its usual irony. "See what?" "The Wall Street Journal," she said. "They did it, Cal. They went nuclear." He stood in the quiet of the barn, the sweet smell of hay in his nostrils, and listened as Elena read the op-ed to him over the phone. She read the whole thing, her voice a low, steady, angry monotone.
She read the phrases that seemed to have been lifted directly from the pages of The Red Flame. She read the comparison of his calls for a more resilient system to the disastrous 5-year agricultural plans of Stalin. She read the condescending dismissal of his movement as a naive but dangerous flirtation with an un-American collectivism that has failed everywhere it has been tried.
She read the final damning sentence. "This is not the populism of Jefferson and Jackson. It is the warmed-over Marxism of the faculty lounge, cynically repackaged in the guise of the family farmer." When she finished, there was a long silence on the line. The only sound was the placid chewing of the cattle. "Cal, are you there?" Elena asked, her voice softening with concern. "I'm here," he said. His own voice sounded distant, strange. He was not shocked. He was not surprised. He felt a profound, soul-crushing weariness, and beneath it, a cold, terrifying sense of vindication. The ghosts had told him this was coming. He had been waiting for it. "I have to go," he said, and hung up before she could reply. He walked out of the barn and into his office. He turned on his computer and pulled up the article. He read it himself, slowly, deliberately. The words were a perfect, modern translation of the century-old smears. The tactics were identical. The shame, the fear,
the questioning of his loyalty, his very Americanness. He went to the cardboard box he had brought back from Evelyn's attic. His hands were steady as he untied the twine and pulled out the stack of newspapers. He found the one he was looking for, an issue of the Iowa Patriot from 1920. He carefully unfolded the brittle, yellowed paper and laid it on the desk next to his glowing monitor. On the screen was the polished academic prose of Dr.
Harrison Finch, the respected fellow of a prestigious Washington think tank. On his desk was a crudely printed, hate-filled screed from a long-dead newspaper, and the message was exactly the same. He thought of Evelyn's grandfather, Henry. He imagined him sitting at his own kitchen table, reading those words, feeling the same sick, cold dread.
He imagined the confusion, the hurt, the slow dawning realization that the fight was not fair, that his opponents were not interested in the truth, that they were willing to lie, to smear, to destroy him in order to protect their own power. He felt a connection to this long-dead man that was so powerful it was almost a physical presence in the room. He was not just reading history, he was living it.
Sarah found him there an hour later, sitting in the dark, staring at the two documents side by side. She didn't need to ask what was wrong. She could see it in the rigid set of his shoulders, in the pale, grim line of his mouth. She walked over and stood behind him, reading the words on the screen and on the old newspaper. "Oh, Cal," she whispered, her hand coming to rest on his shoulder. "It's exactly what you said would happen."
"They haven't changed the playbook in 100 years," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Why would they? It works." He felt a tremor of fear run through him, a fear deeper than any he had felt before. It was not the fear of public humiliation. It was the fear of a foregone conclusion. He was on a path that had been laid out for him by history, and he could see where it ended. It ended with a man, broken and defeated, packing his dreams into a trunk and burying them in an attic for the rest of his life. But as he looked at the two documents, another feeling began to stir beneath the fear. It was a cold, hard, and unfamiliar anger. It was the anger not of a victim, but of a man who was beginning to understand the full, systemic, and historical nature of the evil he was facing.
These people, these smiling, reasonable men in their boardrooms and their think tanks, were not just his opponents. They were the heirs to a century-long tradition of lies and character assassination. They were the enemies of every farmer who had ever dared to ask for a square deal. He was no longer just fighting for his creek, for his farm, for his own small place in the world. He was fighting for Henry. He was fighting for all the ghosts in all the attics across the great, silent plains.
The smear was not the end of the fight. It was the beginning of the real one. He had their playbook now. He had the map of their souls, and he would use it against them. The fear was still there, a cold stone in his gut, but for the first time, he began to feel the faint, flickering warmth of a new and terrible hope.
Chapter 25, Paranoia and Strategy. The Hayes family kitchen, once again, became a war room. But the atmosphere was different from the giddy, chaotic energy of the digital barn raising, or the grim determination of the Asparagus Gambit's conception. A new, colder element had entered the air. It was the chill of history, the unsettling presence of ghosts. Cal had called the meeting with a single, stark text message to David and Elena. It started. Get on a video call. Now. He sat at the kitchen table, the surface of which he had cleared to make a space. In the center, he had laid out his evidence with the precision of a prosecutor presenting exhibits to a jury. On the left, his laptop displayed the Wall Street Journal op-ed, its headline, "The New Socialism Wears Overalls," glowing with smug authority. On the right, he had carefully placed the brittle, yellowed issue of the Iowa Patriot from 1920, its own headline screaming about the red flame of Bolshevism. Between them lay a stack of other articles and pamphlets from Evelyn's trunk. Sarah stood by the sink, not washing dishes, but simply standing, her arms crossed, a silent, terrified guard. David's face was a pixelated square on the laptop screen, his usual academic curiosity replaced by a look of profound unease. Elena's video feed was just a black square with her name on it. She never used the camera, but her silence was more potent than any image.
"Thank you for joining," Cal began, his voice devoid of its usual warmth. It was the flat, dispassionate voice of a man delivering a battlefield assessment. "Last night, I was a folk hero. This morning, I am a socialist. The opposition has deployed the next weapon in their arsenal. And as you can see," he gestured to the two documents, the old and the new. "It is the exact same weapon they used 100 years ago." He didn't need to explain further. The evidence on the table spoke for itself. He watched as David leaned closer to his own screen, his eyes scanning the text of the old paper, then the new one, the historian in him absorbing the chilling parallel. "My God, Cal," David breathed, his voice a hushed whisper. "The rhetorical structure is identical. The appeal to fear, the branding of economic populism as a foreign ideology, the framing of the opponent as un-American. It's a template, a century-old template." "It's not a template, David," Elena's voice cut in, sharp and cold as ice. "A template is something you use when you're out of ideas. This is a liturgy. It's a sacred text. It's the core of their belief system. They've been running this play for 100 years because it has never, ever failed. Why would they write a new one?" "So this Dr. Finch, he's one of them?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. The fight for her had just crossed a terrible new threshold. It was no longer about a poisoned creek or a corporate bully. It was about words like socialism and communism, words that could get you ostracized, words that carried the weight of social death in a small, conservative community. "Finch is a tool," Elena said dismissively. "A well-paid, credentialed tool. He's a sock puppet for a think tank that's funded by the same network of corporate interests as Omniagra."
He provides the academic cover, the veneer of intellectual respectability for a brute force smear campaign. This wasn't written by a historian. This was written by a committee of assassins in a boardroom on K Street. Cal looked at the faces of his team, real and virtual. He saw their shock, their anger, their fear, and he realized, with a grim sense of clarity, that he was the calmest person in the room. The hours spent in the digital archives, communing with the ghosts, had been a form of inoculation. They were reacting to a sudden, shocking attack. He had been expecting it. The paranoia that had been consuming him had crystallized into a strategic advantage. "I know," he said, his voice steady. The other three looked at him. "I know this is what they were going to do. I've been reading the playbook every night for a week. This is Phase 2. "Phase 2? David asked.
Phase 1 was what happened at the food dialogue, Cal explained, a new, cold authority in his voice. He stood up and began to pace the kitchen floor, no longer the confused farmer, but the analyst, the strategist. Phase 1 is engagement and co-option. They invite you in, they treat you with respect, they frame you as a radical, and then they absorb your message. They tried that. It worked for a while. But the asparagus thing, it broke their frame. We did something they didn't expect." He stopped pacing and looked at them. "So now we're in Phase 2, ideological warfare. They're done trying to debate me. Now they're going to excommunicate me. They're going to make me radioactive. The goal isn't to win the argument anymore. The goal is to make it impossible for anyone to support me without being branded a socialist themselves. They're going to isolate us." The word hung in the air. Isolate. It was a threat aimed directly at the heart of his tiny, fragile support system.
"He's right," Elena said, her voice grim.
The phone calls I've been getting this morning, they're different. Yesterday, reporters wanted to talk about the Zen farmer. Today, they want to ask if I have a comment on Cal's neo-agrarian socialist platform. The poison is already in the water supply. What do we do? Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. How do we fight this? You can't prove you're not a socialist. It's like trying to prove you're not a witch. You don't, Cal said.
He walked over to the whiteboard, the one David had used to diagram their old strategies. He picked up a marker. You don't fight it. You don't deny it. You don't engage with it at all. That's their battlefield. We are not fighting there. He wiped the board clean with the back of his hand. We are no longer reacting to what they did yesterday. We are preparing for what the playbook says they are going to do tomorrow. His entire mindset had shifted.
The discovery of the historical parallel had transformed him from a reactive victim to a preemptive strategist. He was no longer just fighting a corporation. He was fighting the ghost of a past political battle, and that ghost had left behind its memoirs. This is no longer just a kitchen, he said, gesturing around the room. It's a war room, and our paranoia is our best intelligence. We have to start thinking like they do.
We have to anticipate their next move based on what they did to the nonpartisan league. He looked at David. David, you're the historian. What came after the initial smears in 1920? David, catching on, leaned forward, his eyes alight with a grim academic fire. Okay, I see. After the ideological attack, they moved to discredit the leaders personally. They went after Townley's finances. They accused him of being a failed businessman, a grifter.
They tried to create a scandal around the league's internal operations. Exactly, Cal said, a cold knot tightening in his stomach. So that's what's coming next for me. They're digging, right now. They have a team of people combing through every public record, every tax return, every business dealing I've ever had. They're looking for a late payment, a failed investment, a disgruntled former employee. Anything.
They're going to try to paint me as a hypocrite, a financial failure who has no right to lecture anyone on economics. And they'll go after the movement's finances, Elena added, her voice sharp. They'll claim we're a dark money group, secretly funded by, George Soros, or the vegan lobby, or the ghost of Che Guevara. They'll demand transparency. They'll file complaints with the IRS. They'll try to tie us up in legal and bureaucratic knots until we bleed out.
So we get ahead of it, Cal said, his voice hardening. We do their opposition research for them. David, I want you to go through every financial record I have, every loan document, every tax return, every receipt. I want you to be my auditor. Find the vulnerabilities before they do. Sarah, I need you to talk to your brother. Sarah's brother was a lawyer in Des Moines. Tell him what's happening.
Tell him we need to structure this movement, whatever it is, in a way that is legally bulletproof. He turned his attention back to the laptop. And Elena, I need you to be our counterintelligence. You have sources, you have connections. We need to build a map of their network. We need to know our enemy. The shift in the room was palpable. The fear and shock had been replaced by a grim, focused energy. They were no longer just a farmer, a teacher, a journalist, and a nurse. They were a cell.
An insurgency. Their small kitchen had become the command center for a new kind of war, a war fought across time against an enemy whose tactics were a century old, but whose power was terrifyingly modern. The paranoia was no longer a weakness. It was their primary strategic doctrine. Every decision, every public statement, every blog post would now be viewed through the lens of the historical playbook. They would not be surprised again.
They think they've isolated us, Cal said, looking at the determined faces of his small, loyal team. They think they've branded us as dangerous radicals. They think the fight is over. He picked up the copy of the Red Flame and held it up. But they don't realize that we have their battle plans. We're not fighting them in the present anymore. We're fighting them from the past, and the ghosts are on our side.
Chapter 26. The Front Group Activates. While Cal and his small band of insurgents were turning their kitchen into an archive of a forgotten war,
A different kind of creation was taking place in the gleaming, soulless offices of the Sterling Trust in Washington, D.C. The Wall Street Journal op-ed had been a resounding success. The ideological ground had been seeded with poison. Now it was time to cultivate the crop.
Richard Sterling sat at his teak desk, a silent conductor orchestrating a symphony of deception across multiple time zones. On the large monitor before him, Marcus Thorne's face was a mask of focused intensity. "The op-ed has shifted the national conversation," Thorne reported, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "The media inquiries are now all framed around the socialist angle. We have him on the defensive." "Excellent," Sterling said, his voice a low purr.
But an ideological attack from a think tank is an air war. It's abstract. Now we must begin the ground war. We need to give the opposition a face. Not our face, of course. A more authentic one. "The front group," Thorne said. "Precisely. It is time to activate the American Harvest Council." Sterling spoke the name as if it were a brand he had just invented, which in essence it was. "I have already tasked our creative team with the branding. The logo is a rising sun over a green field."
The color palette is calming, trustworthy, forest green and harvest gold. The tagline is, "The voice of the American farmer." It's unimpeachable. "And the voice itself?" Thorne asked. "That, Marcus, is your department," Sterling said. "We need spokespeople, real farmers, people with dirt under their fingernails and debt with their local bank, people who are genuinely afraid of the changes Mr. Hayes is advocating for. Fear is the most authentic motivator."
"We don't want actors. We want true believers. You have a farmer in his county, the one who spoke at your dialogue. Carmichael, was it?" "George Carmichael," Thorne confirmed. "He's perfect. A 2,000-acre operator, deeply in debt, terrified of any disruption to the subsidy system that keeps him afloat. He genuinely sees Hayes as a threat to his family's legacy." "Perfect," Sterling repeated. "He will be the heart of the council."
We will surround him with a few others, a female farmer from Nebraska, a young tech-savvy operator from Illinois. We will give them media training. We will write their talking points. But their fear, their anger, that will be entirely their own. It will be real, and that reality will be our most powerful weapon." He leaned forward, his reptile eyes gleaming. "We will launch the council with a press conference in Des Moines. We will fly in friendly reporters from regional agricultural papers.
We will build them a beautiful website full of pictures of their families and testimonials about their love for the land. And their first official act, their first big public push, will be to launch a campaign directly targeting the absurdity of our opponent." "Asparagus," Thorne said, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "Exactly," Sterling confirmed. "They will launch a website, asparagusscam.com. They will release a series of short, emotional videos. George Carmichael, standing in his cornfield, talking about how this attack on corn is an attack on his family. The young farmer from Illinois, explaining how the radical environmental agenda threatens the food security of the nation. They will not be debating policy. They will be defending their homes. They will be the authentic grassroots opposition to the out-of-touch, dangerous ideas of Caleb Hayes. They will be the heroes of their own story, and we will be nowhere to be seen."
The American Harvest Council was born a week later, bursting onto the scene with the force of a meticulously planned marketing campaign. The press conference in Des Moines was a masterpiece of political stagecraft. A diverse panel of 4 farmers, with George Carmichael positioned as their folksy, plain-spoken leader, stood on a stage in front of a giant banner bearing their new, hopeful logo. George, his face a mask of wounded sincerity, spoke into a bank of microphones. "Folks, we're not politicians," he began, his voice thick with emotion. "We're farmers, and we're here today because our way of life is under attack." He didn't mention Cal by name, but he didn't have to. "There are voices out there, radical voices, who want to tell us how to do our jobs. People who sit behind a computer screen and dream up crazy ideas like feeding asparagus to cows, he said, a pained, incredulous laugh escaping his lips. The assembled reporters chuckled along with him.
It sounds like a joke, George continued, his expression turning grim. But it's not a joke to my family. It's not a joke to the thousands of people in our communities whose jobs depend on a strong farm economy. This isn't about asparagus. This is about an attack on the most successful, most affordable, and most abundant food system the world has ever known. And we, the real farmers of America, are here to stand up and say, enough is enough. We are here to tell the truth about farming. The launch was a stunning success. The media stories that followed framed the narrative exactly as Sterling had intended. A grassroots coalition of hard-working family farmers had organized to fight back against the dangerous, out-of-touch ideas of an extremist critic. In the kitchen war room in Black Hawk County, the mood was somber, but it was not one of defeat. Cal, Sarah, David, and Elena, on speakerphone, watched the video of the press conference on Cal's laptop. They saw the slick branding, the diverse panel of farmers, the emotional, carefully crafted talking points. "Well," David said, breaking the silence, "the other shoe has dropped." "It's brilliant," Elena's voice crackled from the speaker, a note of professional admiration in her tone. "Textbook astroturfing. They've created a front group that perfectly mirrors our own initial coalition, but it's cleaner, better funded, and completely on message. They've taken our greatest asset, authenticity, and manufactured a counterfeit version of it." Cal wasn't looking at the screen anymore. He was looking at the historical documents spread across his table. He picked up a brittle pamphlet from 1919. It was published by an organization called the Minnesota Employers and Bankers Association. The pamphlet was a vicious attack on the nonpartisan league, accusing them of being a threat to the free market and the American way of life. "It's the same move," Cal said, his voice a low, steady murmur. "It's exactly the same move. When the NPL started getting popular, the business interests they were threatening didn't fight them directly. They formed their own citizens' alliances and loyalty leagues. They got prominent local businessmen and conservative farmers to be the public face of the opposition. They called them the Home Guard. They wrapped themselves in the flag and accused the League of being a radical, outside force." He looked up at his team, his eyes burning with a cold, intense light. "This isn't a new tactic. This is their counterinsurgency doctrine. They can't attack us as Omniagra, the multi-billion-dollar corporation, so they create the American Harvest Council, the humble voice of the family farmer. It's a false flag. It's a front. And it's the same damn thing they did 100 years ago." He pulled up the new website for the American Harvest Council. It was beautiful. It was full of sun-drenched photos of happy families, testimonials from farmers, and articles about innovation and sustainability. It was a perfect work of corporate propaganda. Then he clicked on the link to their new attack site, truthaboutfarming.org. The lead story was an emotional profile of George Carmichael, a man defending his legacy. "They're not just attacking us," David observed, looking at the two websites. "They're building a parallel narrative. They're creating an entire alternate reality where they are the victims and we are the aggressions." "This is good," Cal said, a statement that made Sarah and David stare at him in disbelief. "Good?" Sarah asked, her voice incredulous. "Cal, they've got our neighbor on television calling you a threat to his family. How is that good?" "It's good because it's predictable," Cal explained, a strange, grim certainty settling over him. "It's good because it means our intelligence is accurate. The ghosts were right. The playbook is real. We knew this was coming. We are not surprised. We are not reacting. We are observing." He stood up and walked to the whiteboard. He picked up a marker. He drew a box and labeled it Ideological Smear, WSJ. He drew an arrow to a second box, AstroTurf Front Group, AHC. "This is where we are," he said, tapping the second box. "We knew this was the next step. So the question is not, how do we fight the American Harvest Council? The question is, what does the playbook say they are going to do next?" He looked at his team, at the small band of insurgents in his kitchen. The fear was still there, a low hum beneath the surface, but it was being overshadowed by a new, powerful feeling, the confidence of a code breaker who has just found the key.
They were no longer lost in the fog of war. They had a map, and for the first time, they could see the road ahead. Not just the next step, but the one after that. The front group wasn't a setback. It was a confirmation. It was a signpost on a very old, very dark road, and it told them they were going in the right direction.
Chapter 27. The Economic Threat. The war of ideas had been a disorienting, abstract affair, fought with words and images on screens and in newspapers. The war of economics, when it came, was quiet, personal, and devastatingly real. It did not arrive with a declaration or a press conference. It arrived in the form of a strained smile, a conversation that ended too quickly, a handshake that wasn't offered.
It arrived in the subtle, chilling shift of the social temperature in the places that had defined Cal's entire life. The American Harvest Council had done its job perfectly. George Carmichael was now a local hero. His plain-spoken defense of the farming way of life featured weekly in the County Courier. He was the face of reason, the embodiment of the community. By extension, Cal was becoming the opposite.
He was the radical, the troublemaker, the man who, for some strange, incomprehensible reason, wanted to hurt his own people. The socialist smear, once a fringe idea from a national newspaper, had trickled down into the local consciousness. People didn't use the word, not to his face, but the sentiment was there, a new wariness in their eyes. The first concrete sign that the battle had shifted from the air to the ground came on a Saturday morning at the Black Hawk County Farmers Co-op. The co-op was more than a place to buy seed and sell grain. It was the town square, the social hub, the place where the slow, steady pulse of the community could be felt. For Cal, a Saturday morning at the co-op was a ritual as old as his first driver's license. He was standing by the counter, waiting to pay for a hydraulic filter, when Dale Peterson walked in. Dale was a man whose life was interwoven with Cal's. He owned the local grain elevator, the last independent elevator in the county.
His father had done business with Cal's grandfather. Dale and Cal had played on the same high school football team. Dale's son and Lily were in the same graduating class. He was a fixture, a friend, a part of the bedrock of Cal's world. "Morning, Cal," Dale said, but his voice was tight and he didn't meet Cal's eye. He walked past him to the counter and started a conversation with the clerk about an order of feed supplements, his back turned to Cal.
The gesture was so small, so insignificant, but it was a profound violation of the unwritten rules of their community. You didn't turn your back on a neighbor, not here. Cal felt a cold knot form in his stomach. He paid for his filter and walked out, the friendly, "See you later, Cal?" from the clerk, sounding hollow and strange in the suddenly charged atmosphere. He was loading the filter into his truck when Dale came out of the co-op.
He hesitated for a moment, then walked over to Cal's truck, his boots crunching on the gravel. "Cal, you got a minute?" Dale asked, his gaze fixed on a point somewhere over Cal's shoulder. "For you, Dale?" "Always," Cal said, leaning against the side of his truck. "Everything all right?" Dale sighed, a long, heavy sound that seemed to carry the weight of the world. He took off his seed cap and ran a hand through his thinning hair. "No, Cal, not really."
He finally met Cal's eyes, and what Cal saw there was a deep, profound fear. "I had a visitor yesterday." "A visitor?" "Marcus Thorne," Dale said, the name dropping like a stone into the quiet morning air. "He just showed up, unannounced. Said he was in the area and wanted to stop by and say hello, see how business was." Cal's blood ran cold.
He knew with an absolute certainty that this was it, the next move from the playbook, the economic squeeze.
He was real friendly, Dale continued, his voice low, almost a whisper, as if he were afraid of being overheard, even in the middle of the empty parking lot. Asked about my kids, asked about the new aeration fans we installed last year. He knew the specs on them, Cal, knew what they cost. He'd done his homework. Dale paused, swallowing hard. We were just chatting, about the weather, about the commodity prices.
And then he says, real casual, "You know, Dale, OmniAgra is in the process of reviewing all of our logistics and storage partnerships for the next 5 years. We're looking to build stronger relationships with partners who share our vision for a stable and prosperous future for American agriculture." He just let the words hang there. He didn't mention me, Dale went on, his voice ragged. He didn't have to. He just started talking about loyalty.
About how, in uncertain times, a company like his needs to know who its real friends are. He said it would be a real shame if the unfortunate and radical ideas of a few were to cause instability that impacted the entire local economy. He said he was worried about you, Cal, worried that your activities were going to hurt good people, people like me, people like you. The threat was so elegant, so perfectly deniable. Thorne hadn't said, "Stop doing business with Cal Hayes or we'll ruin you." He had said, "I'm worried about you. I'm worried about our community. We need loyal partners." It was a threat wrapped in the language of concern. It was masterful. "What did you say?" Cal asked, his own voice tight. Dale looked down at his boots. He looked like a man who was about to confess to a terrible crime. "What could I say, Cal? 70% of the grain that goes through my elevator ends up at their processing plant in Cedar Rapids. 70%.
If I lose that contract, I'm not just out of business. I'm bankrupt. The bank owns my house, my equipment, everything. I've got 2 kids in college. I told him he had nothing to worry about. I told him I was a loyal partner." The last words were a choked whisper. The shame radiating from Dale was a palpable force. "Dale, it's okay," Cal said, though it felt like a lie. "I understand." "No, you don't," Dale said, his head snapping up, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and self-loathing.
"That's not all. He made a suggestion. He said that given the current market volatility, it might be prudent for independent operators like me to adjust my pricing for what he called higher-risk producers." The meaning was brutally clear. "He wants you to offer me a lower price for my grain," Cal said, the words tasting like ash. Dale just nodded, his face miserable. "A few cents less a bushel. Not enough to kill you in one season. Just enough to send a message. Just enough to make you feel it. Cal, I'm so sorry. I can't do it, but I can't not do it. He's got me. He's got me by the throat." Cal stood there, the hydraulic filter feeling heavy and useless in his hand. The fight was no longer about ideas. It was about the price of corn. It was about Dale's kids in college. It was about the numbers in a ledger and who had the power to change them. Thorne had found the perfect weapon, the quiet, desperate fear of a good man trying to hold on to what he had.
"I get it, Dale," Cal said again, his voice hollow. "You do what you have to do." He got in his truck and drove away, leaving Dale standing alone in the gravel lot, a man trapped between his conscience and his survival. The contagion spread quickly. The threat, once whispered, became a silent, unspoken rule that governed the town. A few days later, Cal got a call from Tom Mueller, who owned a small local trucking company. Tom had hauled Cal's grain for 15 years.
The conversation was short and excruciatingly awkward. "Cal, listen," Tom said, his voice strained. "About the harvest this fall. I'm booked up. Yeah, solid. I don't think I'm going to have the capacity to handle your crop this year." Cal didn't even have to ask. He knew.
Marcus Thorne, or one of his lieutenants, had paid Tom a visit too. They had had a friendly chat about logistics, about loyalty, about the unfortunate consequences of radical ideas.
Tom, whose biggest contract was hauling corn gluten feed from the Omni Agra plant, had gotten the message. The economic web that held his life together was being systematically unraveled, thread by invisible thread. These were not his enemies. Dale and Tom were his friends, his neighbors. They were good men, but they were caught in the same system he was, a system that rewarded conformity and ruthlessly punished dissent.
Thorne wasn't just attacking him. He was using the community as a weapon against itself. He was forcing Cal's friends to become the instruments of his own destruction. That night, Cal sat at the kitchen table, staring at his own farm ledger. He did the math. A few cents less per bushel from Dale, a higher transportation cost from a non-local trucker, if he could even find one. The numbers were stark. It wouldn't bankrupt him this year, but it would hurt.
It was a slow bleed, designed to weaken him, to make him feel the economic cost of his principles every single day. He thought of the nonpartisan league. He remembered reading about how the banks and suppliers had organized against them, systematically cutting off their credit, refusing to sell them equipment. It was the same play. Economic warfare, quiet, relentless, and devastatingly effective. Sarah sat down across from him, her face etched with a deep, weary sadness.
"It was Dale, wasn't it?" she asked. "At the co-op." Cal just nodded. "And Tom Mueller called this afternoon," she said. "He told me he was booked up for the fall. He sounded like he was about to cry." The silence in the kitchen was heavy with the unspoken truth. The fight had come home. It was no longer a distant battle fought on the internet or in the opinion pages. It was here, in their checkbook, in the fearful eyes of their friends.
"This is how they do it," Cal said, his voice a low, raw whisper. "This is how they crush you. They don't send thugs in the night. They don't have to. They just make a few phone calls. They just squeeze, and they make your own friends, your own neighbors, do the dirty work for them. They turn in the whole damn community into their weapon." He looked at Sarah, his eyes full of a pain that was deeper than any humiliation he had felt on that stage. This was the true cost of his war. Not the loss of his reputation, but the corruption of his home. The message was brutally clear, delivered not by a headline, but by the fearful, apologetic voices of his friends. Loyalty to this movement, loyalty to him, carried a very steep and very real price. And it was a price that most people, good people, could not afford to pay.
Chapter 28. A New Ally. The Lawyer. The economic warfare was a slow, grinding siege. It was a war of attrition, fought in the quiet, desperate calculations of Cal's ledger and the pained, averted glances of his neighbors. The pressure was immense, a constant, low-grade hum of anxiety that permeated every aspect of their lives. Cal felt himself worn thin, his reserves of anger and resolve eroded by the daily, personal cost of the fight.
He was beginning to understand how the nonpartisan league had been crushed. It wasn't with a single, dramatic blow, but with 1,000 small, invisible cuts. The next attack was not quiet. It arrived on a Tuesday afternoon via a nervous-looking courier in a dusty sedan, who handed Cal a thick, heavy envelope with a sense of grim finality, as if he were delivering a death notice. Cal stood in his driveway, the gravel crunching under his feet, and tore it open. The document inside was dense with a language so alien, so full of jargon and Latin phrases that it seemed to come from another world. But he understood the words at the top of the first page, printed in a stark, terrifying font. Civil complaint for defamation, libel, and tortious interference with business. The plaintiff was not Omni Agra. That would have been too crude, too obvious. The plaintiff was the American Harvest Council.
The document listed the individual farmers on the council's board, George Carmichael and the others, as co-plaintiffs. He read the complaint, his hand shaking, a cold, metallic taste filling his mouth. The legalese was a thicket of thorns, but the accusations were clear. He, Caleb Hayes, through his website, Feed Cows Asparagus, and his public statements, had knowingly and maliciously spread false and defamatory information in the reputation and business of the plaintiffs.
The complaint alleged that his radical and baseless claims had caused significant emotional distress and material harm to the hard-working family farmers of the council. It accused him of orchestrating a cynical and fraudulent scheme to disrupt the American food supply. It was a work of fiction, a paranoid fantasy written in the language of the law. But the final page was brutally real. It demanded damages for loss of reputation, for emotional distress, for punitive punishment in the amount of $2 million. $2 million. The number was so absurd, so astronomical, it didn't even feel real. It was more than his entire farm was worth. It was a death sentence. He walked into the house in a daze, the thick document clutched in his hand. Sarah was in the kitchen, peeling potatoes for dinner. She looked up and saw his face, and the peeler clattered into the sink.
Cal, what is it? What's wrong? He couldn't speak. He just handed her the papers. She wiped her hands on her apron and began to read, her brow furrowed in confusion, then furrowing deeper in disbelief, and finally her face draining of all color as she reached the final page. She swayed slightly and had to grip the edge of the counter to steady herself. $2 million, she whispered, the words a faint puff of air. They can't be serious. This is insane. It's a lie. All of it. It doesn't matter if it's a lie, Cal said, his voice a hollow echo. He sank into a chair at the kitchen table. They filed it. It's real. We have to answer it. We have to hire a lawyer. We have to fight it. And we don't have the money to fight a parking ticket, let alone this. This was the checkmate move. He saw it now with a terrible clarity. The smears, the economic pressure, that was all just prelude. This was the killing blow.
They knew he didn't have the resources to fight a protracted legal battle. They could bleed him dry with motions, with depositions, with endless procedural delays. They didn't have to win the case. They just had to file it. The process itself was the punishment. The phone call to Sarah's brother, the lawyer in Des Moines, was a grim confirmation of their fears. He listened patiently as Cal explained the situation, then let out a long, weary sigh. "Cal, I'm a corporate lawyer," he said.
I handle mergers and acquisitions. This is way outside my wheelhouse. But I can tell you this much. This is a classic SLAP suit. A what? Cal asked. SLAP, Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. It's a textbook intimidation tactic. A big entity with deep pockets sues a small critic with the deliberate goal of silencing them. The suit doesn't have to have merit. The goal is to bury you in legal fees until you either give up or go bankrupt. It's a way to use the legal system as a weapon of censorship, and it's brutally effective. So what do we do? Sarah asked, her voice trembling on the extension. You need a specialist, her brother said, his voice grim. You need a First Amendment lawyer, someone who knows how to fight these things, and you need one who's willing to work pro bono, because a fight like this could run into the hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees before it ever sees a courtroom. And honestly, I don't know anyone like that. These guys are sharks, Cal. They're playing for keeps. The days that followed were the darkest of Cal's life. The fear was no longer a low-grade hum. It was a constant screaming siren in his mind. The $2 million figure hung over their house like a guillotine. Every conversation with Sarah was strained, circling the edge of the terrifying abyss that had opened up before them. The farm, his sanctuary, now felt like a liability, an asset that could be seized and sold to pay for a lie. He called David and Elena. They were supportive, furious on his behalf, but they were as helpless as he was.
David researched slap suits online, reading aloud about the dismal success rates of defendants. Elena offered to use her platform to write a story about the lawsuit, to expose it as a corporate intimidation tactic. "Don't," Cal told her, his voice flat and defeated.
That's what they want. They want me to be a story about a lawsuit. They want to change the subject from corn to the courtroom. If we do that, they've already won. He felt utterly, completely alone, trapped in a nightmare from which there was no waking. He was beginning to understand what it felt like to be crushed. The new ally arrived, as they always seem to, without warning. The call came on a Friday afternoon, a week after the lawsuit had been served.
It was an unfamiliar number with a Chicago area code. Cal, who had been ignoring the phone for days, answered it out of a sense of numb exhaustion. "Is this Caleb Hayes?" The voice was female, sharp, and radiated a confidence that was almost aggressive. It was the voice of someone who was not used to being ignored. "Who's asking?" Cal said, his tone weary. "My name is Jasmine Reed. I'm an attorney." Cal's heart sank.
He assumed it was a lawyer from the American Harvest Council calling to discuss a settlement, which would mean his surrender. "I have a lawyer," he lied. "No, you don't," the woman said, not unkindly. "If you did, he would have filed an anti-slap motion the day you were served. I read the complaint. It's a piece of garbage. A beautifully drafted, terrifyingly expensive piece of garbage, but garbage nonetheless." Cal was stunned into silence. How did you see the complaint?"
It's a public document, Mr. Hayes, and I make it my business to monitor the legal filings of certain corporate-adjacent entities. The American Harvest Council has been on my watch list since it was created. I know a Sterling Trust AstroTurf operation when I see one. "Who are you?" Cal asked, a flicker of something he hadn't felt in weeks, hope igniting in his chest. "I'm the person you need," she said, her voice a declaration of fact, not a boast.
"I'm a partner at the Midwest Environmental Defense Project. We're a nonprofit law firm. And what we do, Mr. Hayes, what we live for, is taking on corporate bullies who use the legal system to silence their critics. We specialize in fighting slap suits. We do it pro bono, and we are very, very good at it." Cal sank into his office chair, the phone pressed hard against his ear. He felt a wave of dizziness, of disbelief. "Why?" he asked, the word a whisper. "Why would you help me?" He heard a dry, humorless laugh on the other end of the line. "Let's be clear. I'm not helping you because I care about asparagus or the plight of the family farmer. No offense. I'm helping you because I hate them. I hate bullies. I hate corporate front groups that wrap themselves in the flag while they poison the planet. And I especially hate amoral, high-priced DC fixers like Richard Sterling. Fighting them is my hobby, my passion, and my profession."
And your case is a work of art. It's the most beautifully obvious textbook slap suit I've seen in years. Taking it apart will be an absolute pleasure. Her cynicism was as bracing as a slap in the face. It was the polar opposite of his own earnest, heartfelt crusade. She wasn't a believer, she was a brawler. And right now, he desperately needed a brawler in his corner. "So what happens now?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly with the unfamiliar feeling of hope.
"What happens now," Jasmine Reed said, her voice taking on the crisp, commanding tone of a general issuing orders, "is that you stop talking to anyone about this case. You stop feeling sorry for yourself. You scan and email me every single page of that complaint, along with any other legal notices you've received. You will then give me the contact information for your little kitchen cabinet, the teacher and the journalist. We're going to have a conference call tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
I am now your lawyer, Mr. Hayes, and my first piece of legal advice is this. Stop panicking and start getting ready to fight back. They wanted a war. We are going to give them one." She hung up. Cal sat in the silence of his office, the phone still pressed to his ear. He looked at the $2 million lawsuit sitting on his desk. An hour ago, it had been a death sentence. Now, it looked different. It looked like a target.
He let out a long, shuddering breath, a sound that was half a sob and half a laugh. The siege had been broken. The cavalry had arrived, and they had sent him a lawyer with the soul of a shark and the voice of a buzzsaw. For the first time in a long time, Cal Hayes felt the unfamiliar, intoxicating desire to smile.
Chapter 29. The Discovery of Sainfoin. The arrival of Jasmine Reed was not like the arrival of a cavalry force, riding in to save the day with trumpets and banners. It was like the arrival of a demolition crew. She was not there to soothe or to reassure. She was there to tear down the enemy's structure, brick by painstaking brick, and she expected Cal and his team to supply the dynamite. Their first conference call was a brutal, invigorating shock to the system.
Jasmine's face appeared on the laptop screen, a sharp, intelligent presence in a no-nonsense office, a stark white wall behind her. She had high cheekbones, eyes that seemed to miss nothing, and a way of speaking that was stripped of all pleasantries. "All right," she began, dispensing with greetings. "Let's get one thing clear. From a legal perspective, I don't give a damn about your movement, your blog, or your feelings. My job is not to make you feel better. My job is to win." Winning, in this context, means getting this garbage lawsuit dismissed with prejudice and making the American Harvest Council and their puppet masters at Sterling and Omniagra regret the day they ever heard the name Caleb Hayes. Are we clear? Cal, David, and Elena, all on the call, murmured their assent. "Good," she said. "Now, this is a slap suit. That means their primary weapon is cost. They want to bleed you dry. Our primary weapon is truth, but truth is expensive to prove. So we fight fire with fire. We are going to make this process so painful and so expensive for them that they will beg to walk away. We are going to bury them in discovery requests. We are going to depose every single one of their board members, starting with your neighbor, Mr. Carmichael. We are going to subpoena their financial records, their internal communications, their meeting minutes. We are going to find out exactly who funds the American Harvest Council, where every dollar comes from, and what instructions they received from Omniagra's PR firm. We are not going to defend. We are going to attack." The sheer aggression of her strategy was breathtaking. Cal, who had been living in a state of defensive terror for weeks, felt a surge of adrenaline. "But to do that," Jasmine continued, her eyes locking onto Cal's through the screen, "I need ammunition. And not the emotional, philosophical kind. I need hard, verifiable facts. The core of their complaint is that you have maliciously defamed them by claiming the current agricultural system is harmful. To defeat a defamation claim, we have to prove that your statements are not malicious lies, but are either true, or at the very least, opinions based on a reasonable and good faith interpretation of factual evidence. You've been making the argument that there's a problem. For the purposes of this lawsuit, you now have a new full-time job, proving that you are actively, diligently, and reasonably searching for a solution." "A solution?" Cal asked, confused. "Yes, a solution, an alternative," she said, her voice sharp. "They're painting you as a radical who just wants to burn everything down. We will paint you as a responsible, innovative farmer who, faced with a failing system, was doing what farmers have always done, looking for a better way." It completely reframes your motive from malicious to constructive. "So, I need everything you have. I need a comprehensive, documented history of your research. And I need you to keep researching. I want you to find me historical alternatives to corn-based feed. I want old studies, government pamphlets, academic papers. I want you to build me a mountain of evidence so high that we can stand on top of it and make their $2 million lawsuit look like the ridiculous bad faith intimidation tactic that it is. Can you do that?" The directive was a lifeline. It was a purpose. Jasmine Reed had, in the space of 5 minutes, transformed his lonely, paranoid obsession with the past into a crucial strategic imperative. He was no longer a man haunted by ghosts. He was a researcher on a vital mission for his own legal defense. "Yes," Cal said, a new, hard sense of purpose in his voice. "Yes, I can do that."
The weeks that followed were a blur of intense, focused work. The war room in the kitchen took on the air of a legal diligence office. Jasmine was a relentless taskmaster, demanding documents, timelines, and sources with a lawyer's obsessive attention to detail. Cal, in turn, threw himself back into the digital archives, but his quest was different now. He was no longer just looking for the history of the problem. He was hunting for the history of solutions. He started where he had left off, in the world of the nonpartisan league. What did farmers like Evelyn's grandfather feed their animals before the corn monoculture took over? He sifted through old farm journals and extension service bulletins from the early 20th century. He found endless references to oats, barley, and hay. He found cropping systems that rotated corn with nutrient-building legumes like alfalfa and clover. He compiled a detailed report on these historical practices and sent it to Jasmine. Good, her one-word email reply read. More. He needed to go deeper. He started thinking about the core of the problem, the cow, a ruminant, a grass eater. The problem was not just the corn. It was the feedlot system itself, the separation of the animal from the pasture. What if the solution wasn't finding a better grain, but a better grass? This new question sent him down a different set of rabbit holes. He began researching forage crops, the foundation of any pasture-based livestock system. He read about the nutritional profiles of orchard grass, timothy grass, and fescue. He learned about the delicate dance of pasture management, the science of rotational grazing. He was rediscovering a world of agricultural knowledge that had been almost entirely erased by the chemical-intensive, commodity-driven system he had grown up in. He was deep in the online archives of the USDA's National Agricultural Library. The collection was a grab bag of forgotten government publications, most of them mundane. Home canning of fruits and vegetables, control of termites in residential structures. He was about to give up when a title caught his eye. It was from a 1957 publication by the Agricultural Research Service. The title was dry, academic. Evaluation of Experimental Forage Legumes for Semi-Arid Rangelands. He clicked on it out of idle curiosity.
The document was a scanned copy of a poorly mimeographed pamphlet, the text faded and slightly askew. It detailed a series of trials conducted at a research station in Utah, testing various drought-resistant legumes for their potential as cattle feed. The list was full of obscure scientific names: Astragalus cicer, Hedysarum boreale. He skimmed the dense technical prose, his eyes glazing over. And then he saw it, a single short paragraph in the middle of page 12.
A notable perennial in these trials, he read, is sainfoin, Onobricus viciifolia, a deep-rooted legume long cultivated in parts of Europe and Asia. While its establishment can be slow compared to alfalfa, it has shown remarkable persistence in alkaline soils and demonstrates high palatability among test subjects. Of particular interest is its unique condensed tannin structure, which appears to mitigate the risk of pasture bloat, a persistent and often fatal issue with other high-protein legumes. The words seemed to lift off the page. Sainfoin. He had never heard of it. He pronounced the strange word aloud in the quiet of his office. Sainfoin. Non-bloating. Every farmer who had ever raised cattle on alfalfa knew the terror of pasture bloat, the rapid, fatal buildup of gas in the rumen.
A non-bloating, high-protein legume sounded like a farmer's fantasy, like finding a unicorn. He typed the word sainfoin into a search engine. The results were sparse at first, mostly from European agricultural websites and Canadian university research programs. But as he dug, a picture began to emerge. A picture so astonishing, so perfectly elegant, that his heart began to pound with a wild, exhilarating excitement. He fell into a research frenzy that lasted for 3 days. He forgot to eat. He barely slept. His office became a blizzard of printouts. He learned that the name sainfoin came from the Old French for healthy hay, a name given to it by medieval farmers who observed how healthy and robust their animals became when they grazed on it. He found the science.
He downloaded papers from agronomy journals in France, Switzerland, and New Zealand. He learned that sainfoin was not just non-bloating. Its unique profile of condensed tannins did something remarkable in the cow's rumen. They bound to the plant proteins, protecting them from being broken down too quickly. This meant more of the protein bypassed the rumen and was absorbed directly in the small intestine, a process called rumen-protected protein. The result was a far more efficient use of protein, leading to better weight gain and richer milk. But that wasn't all. The tannins had another almost magical property. They were a natural anthelmintic. They disrupted the life cycle of internal parasites, the gastrointestinal worms that plagued livestock and cost the industry billions in lost productivity and chemical dewormers. Cattle grazing on sainfoin had dramatically lower parasite loads. They were, quite literally, self-medicating. The list of benefits grew, each one more incredible than the last. It was a perennial, meaning you only had to plant it once every 5 to 7 years, eliminating the annual cycle of plowing, planting, and soil erosion associated with corn. It was deep-rooted and drought-tolerant, perfect for the increasingly unpredictable weather patterns of the Midwest. And, like all legumes, it was a nitrogen fixer, pulling nitrogen from the air and depositing it in the soil, reducing or even eliminating the need for the chemical fertilizers that were poisoning his creek. It was a perfect machine, a small, pink-flowered biological engine that solved almost every single problem he had been fighting. It improved animal health, reduced the need for chemicals and antibiotics, built soil fertility, protected water quality, and offered a resilient perennial alternative to the destructive monoculture of corn. This wasn't just a solution. This was a silver bullet. He felt a dizzying, manic energy, a feeling of pure, unadulterated intellectual ecstasy. He was no longer just a farmer with a grievance. He was a man who had stumbled upon a lost piece of wisdom, a secret weapon that could change everything. He burst into the kitchen late on the third night of his research frenzy, his arms full of printed-out scientific papers, his eyes wild with discovery. Sarah and Lily were at the table, finishing a quiet dinner. They looked up at him, startled by his sudden, explosive entrance. "I've got it," he said, his voice a ragged, breathless exclamation. He spread the papers across the table, covering up their dinner plates. "I've got it! The answer! The whole damn thing!" Sarah looked at his wild eyes, at the chaotic mess of papers. Her first thought was that he had finally, truly snapped. "Cal, what on earth are you talking about? You look like a crazy person." "I am a crazy person," he laughed, a loud, uninhibited sound she hadn't heard from him in months. "I'm a crazy person who just found the Holy Grail." He pointed to a picture he had printed out, a photograph of a field in bloom, a sea not of gold, but of brilliant, vibrant pink flowers. "This," he said, his voice ringing with a convert's passion, "this is called sainfoin, and it is going to win us this war." He began to explain, the words tumbling out of him in a torrent of scientific terms and agricultural history. He talked about condensed tannins and rumen-protected protein, about parasite loads and nitrogen fixation. He told them the story of the healthy hay, the lost wisdom, the perfect plant. Sarah and Lily listened, their initial alarm giving way to a dawning sense of wonder. He wasn't having a breakdown. He was having a breakthrough. The beaten, weary man who had been haunting their house for weeks was gone. In his place was a man reborn, a man animated by the pure, world-changing power of a single, beautiful idea. He had found his truth, not in a political slogan or a legal strategy, but in the elegant, biological machinery of a forgotten pink flower. Chapter 30. The Secret Weapon. The ecstatic energy that had seized Cal in his office did not dissipate. It was not a fleeting moment of inspiration. It was a fundamental chemical change, a rewiring of his entire being. He had been a man lost in a dark wood, fighting shadows with whispers and tricks. Now, someone had handed him a flaming torch. The discovery of sainfoin was not just a piece of data.
It was a revelation. It was a truth so elegant, so powerful, so perfectly formed that it felt like a divine intervention, a message from the deep, forgotten wisdom of the earth itself. He slept for 2 hours that night, a deep, dreamless sleep, and awoke before dawn with the name of the plant on his lips, sainfoin. He felt a clarity and purpose he hadn't known since the day he first saw the algae on his creek. The weariness was gone, the paranoia was gone.
The crushing weight of his lonely crusade had been lifted, replaced by the buoyant, unstoppable force of a perfect solution. He spent the morning in a state of controlled mania. He brewed a pot of coffee so strong it was almost sludge and began to assemble his case.
He printed out the key scientific papers, using a yellow highlighter to mark the most astonishing passages. Condensed tannins provide a natural and helmintic effect, reducing parasite loads by up to 75%. Rumen-stable protein leads to more efficient nitrogen utilization and a significant reduction in methane and ammonia emissions. Perennial root structure improves soil porosity and sequesters carbon. He created a new file on his computer, a folder titled simply, The Solution. Into it, he downloaded every image he could find. Pictures of the vibrant pink flowers blooming in fields in Wyoming and Montana, where a small handful of pioneering ranchers were beginning to cultivate it. Diagrams of the plant's deep taproot. Charts showing its nutritional profile compared to alfalfa and corn silage. He felt like a man who had discovered a cure for cancer. The idea of keeping it a secret was not just strategically wrong, it felt morally abhorrent. How could he sit on this?
How could he continue with the absurd charade of feed cows asparagus when he held in his hands a real, viable, scientifically backed answer that could transform American agriculture? The absurdity had been a necessary weapon in the dark, a way to fight an enemy he couldn't see. But now the sun was rising, and in his hands he held the truth. His first instinct, his only instinct, was to shout it from the rooftops. He called the War Council together for an emergency meeting that afternoon. David's face popped up on the screen, his expression wary, expecting another crisis. Jasmine Reed's avatar appeared a moment later. Sarah sat beside him at the kitchen table, a silent, grounding presence. "All right, Cal, what is it?" Elena asked, her voice already tired. "Did Omniagra launch a new attack? Did another one of your former allies publicly disown you?" "No," Cal said, a slow, triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Nothing like that." He held up a printed-out photograph of the field of pink sainfoin flowers. "This," he said, his voice ringing with a passion they hadn't heard before, "is everything. This changes the entire war." For the next 20 minutes, Cal laid out his discovery. He spoke with the breathless, unstoppable energy of a convert. He explained the science, the history, the economics.
He used the terms he had just learned: condensed tannins, rumen-protected protein, and helmintic properties, as if he had been speaking them his entire life. He was not just presenting data, he was testifying. "Don't you see?" he said, his voice rising with excitement as he came to his conclusion. "Answer. A real, tangible, scientifically proven answer. We can go to the world not with a joke, but with a solution. A better way." When he finished, there was a stunned silence on the line. David was the first to speak, his voice full of a scientist's awe. "Cal, if even half of this is true, it's revolutionary. A non-bloating, self-fertilizing, parasite-reducing, high-protein perennial forage? It sounds like something out of a science fiction novel. Are you sure about the sources?" "I've read the papers, David," Cal said, gesturing to the stack of highlighted documents on his table. "From universities in Canada, New Zealand, the UK, the research has been going on for decades. It's real. It's just forgotten. It was pushed aside in the 70s when cheap nitrogen fertilizer and high-yield corn became the dominant model. It's a piece of lost wisdom." "A lost wisdom," Elena repeated, and Cal could hear the narrative gears turning in her head. My God, the story. The story is unbelievable. A lone farmer, pushed to the brink by a corporate Goliath, rediscovers a forgotten miracle plant that could save American agriculture. It's David, but instead of a slingshot, he finds a secret weapon in a dusty old archive. It's a movie of the week. It's a goddamn blockbuster. It's more than a story, Elena, Cal insisted. It's a strategy. This is how we win. We go public. We hold a press conference. We present the science. We show them the pictures.
We lay out a comprehensive plan for a transition away from the corn monoculture to a resilient, perennial-based system. We change the conversation from our absurd joke to their absurd reality. How can they possibly argue against this? How can Marcus Thorne stand on a stage and defend a system that poisons water and makes animals sick when we are offering a solution that does the opposite? He was so caught up in the righteous, undeniable logic of his own argument that he barely noticed the silence from the two most pragmatic members of his team. Sarah was staring at him, her expression unreadable. Jasmine Reed looked hesitant. "Jasmine," Cal prompted, "you've been quiet. What do you think? From a legal perspective, this is a godsend, right? This proves I was looking for constructive solutions. It blows their whole defamation case out of the water."
The silence stretched for another few seconds. When Jasmine's voice finally came, it was as cold and sharp as a shard of glass. "Yes, Mr. Hedges," she said, her tone devoid of any of his excitement. "From a legal perspective, this is excellent. It is a powerful piece of evidence that goes directly to your state of mind and motive."
It helps establish that your public statements were not made with malicious intent, but as part of a good faith effort to address a problem you reasonably believe to exist. It will be a cornerstone of our anti-SLAPP motion. You have done excellent work. You have provided me with the ammunition I need. She paused. And that is precisely why we are not going to say a single word about it to anyone. The statement landed with the force of a physical blow.
Cal stared at the speakerphone, utterly baffled. What are you talking about? Not talk about it? This is our victory. This is the end game. No, Mr. Hayes, Jasmine said, her voice dangerously calm. It is not the end game. It is a piece of evidence in a high-stakes legal battle that is currently threatening to destroy you and your family financially. You seem to be under the impression that this is a public debate. It is not. It is a war. And you do not hand your enemy your single most powerful weapon before the first major battle has even begun. But I don't understand, Cal stammered. If we show the world we have a solution, the whole fight is over. The public will be on our side. The lawsuit will become a joke. The lawsuit is already a joke, Jasmine shot back, her patience wearing thin. But it is a joke with the power to ruin you. You are thinking about public opinion.
I am thinking about depositions, discovery, and summary judgment. This plant, this sainfoin, is our trump card. It is the surprise witness. We save it. We hold it. We let them continue to build their entire case on the premise that you are a nihilist who just wants to burn things down. We let them say it in depositions. We get them on record, under oath, claiming you have no solutions. And then, at the moment of maximum legal advantage, in a congressional hearing, in a sworn deposition, in front of a judge, we reveal it. We don't win by convincing the public. We win by proving in a court of law that our opponents have been lying, that their entire case is built on a fraudulent premise. Do you understand the difference? The difference was a chasm. Cal was still thinking like an activist, a man who believed in the power of a good idea to win hearts and minds.
Jasmine was thinking like a killer, a lawyer who believed in the power of a good fact to win a case. "She's right, Cal," Elena's voice cut in, her tone shifting from excited storyteller to hardened strategist. "I hate to say it, because the story is a goddamn goldmine, but she's right. The moment you announce this, the narrative changes. Right now, you control the conversation. Because it's absurd, they are forced to react to you.
The moment you give them a real, tangible thing to attack, the story is no longer about their broken system. It's about your proposed solution, and they will tear it to shreds." "How can they tear it to shreds?"
Cal demanded, his voice rising in frustration. It's perfect. Nothing is perfect, Cal, Elena said, her voice weary. They will hire their own scientists, their own agronomists, the Dr. Smiths of the world. They will find the downsides. Does it have lower yields per acre than corn?
Yes. Is it susceptible to certain pests? Probably. Does it require a different type of farm equipment? Almost certainly. They will produce a mountain of their own data, their own studies, their own PowerPoints, all designed to prove that sainfoin is a naive, expensive, impractical fantasy. They will turn your silver bullet into a dud. The debate will no longer be about the fundamental flaws of their system. It will be a boring technical squabble between competing scientists.
And in a battle of dueling experts, the side with the most money always wins. You'll lose control of the story, don't you see? Your absurdity is your shield. The moment you drop it, you're naked. Cal felt like he had been punched in the gut. He looked from the speakerphone to David's face on the screen. David looked troubled, torn between his friend's passionate discovery and the cold, ruthless logic of their allies. He looked at Sarah. She was staring at the stack of scientific papers on the table, a deep, worried frown on her face. "They're right, honey," she said softly. "It sounds too good to be true. And if it sounds too good to be true, people like Thorne will find a way to make it sound like a lie. This feels safe. This feels like something we can hold on to, something that protects us. Don't give it to them. Not yet." He was surrounded.
The people he trusted most, the core of his insurgency, were all telling him the same thing: to hide his greatest discovery, to bury his best hope, to keep the truth a secret. "So what am I supposed to do?" he asked, his voice raw with a sudden, crushing sense of despair. The ecstasy of his discovery was curdling into the bitter poison of political reality. "I'm supposed to just sit on this?"
I'm supposed to keep making jokes about asparagus while I have the real answers sitting in a folder on my computer? How is that honest? How is that right? It is not about being right, Mr. Hayes, Jasmine's voice said, cold and final. It is about winning. You hired me to win a lawsuit. This is how we win it. The choice is yours. Do you want to be a martyr for a beautiful idea? Or do you want to be the man who beats Omnia in court? You can't be both. The choice was laid bare. It was the central, defining conflict of his crusade, the two warring halves of his own soul. On one side was the farmer, the man of the soil, the believer in the power of a good seed to grow in the light. On the other was the emergent strategist, the reluctant general, the man who was learning that some battles must be fought in the dark, with secret weapons and tactical deceit. He looked at the picture of the pink-flowered field. It was so beautiful, so full of promise.
His first, purest instinct was to show it to the world, to share the hope it represented. To lock it away felt like a betrayal. It felt like a lie. It felt like the very thing he was supposed to be fighting against. The ecstatic high of his discovery had crashed into the hard granite wall of a terrible, necessary choice.
Chapter 31. The Debate. Truth versus Tactics. The kitchen, which had just moments before been electric with the thrill of discovery, was now as cold and silent as a tomb. The stack of scientific papers on the table, Cal's proof of a brighter future, suddenly seemed like a pile of dead leaves. Jasmine's ultimatum hung in the air, a wall of ice between Cal's ecstatic vision and the brutal reality of the war he was in.
The choice she had laid out, martyrdom or victory, was a cruel one, and it cleaved his soul in two. "You can't be serious," Cal said, his voice a low, incredulous whisper. He looked from the black, unblinking square of Jasmine's icon on the screen to Elena's impassive face, then to David and Sarah. He was searching for an ally, for someone to reflect his own sense of moral outrage. He found none.
You want me to hide this? This is the answer. This is the whole point.
How can we keep this a secret when it could help people right now? Because helping people is not the game we are currently playing, Mr. Hayes, Jasmine's voice replied, sharp and devoid of emotion. The game we are playing is called Preventing a Multi-Billion-Dollar Corporation from Using a Frivolous Lawsuit to Bankrupt You and Your Family. It is a much less inspiring game, but it is the one that matters today. My duty is not to the abstract good of American agriculture.
My duty is to you, my client, and my legal advice is to keep your best evidence off the table until it can do the most possible damage to your opponent's case. This isn't just evidence, Jasmine, it's the truth, Cal shot back, his frustration boiling over. He stood up, pacing the small kitchen, his hands clenched in the fists. What are we even fighting for if not the truth? Are we just going to play these cynical games, hiding things, setting traps? How does that make us any better than them?
I thought the whole point was to be different. Elena, who had been silent, let out a long, weary sigh. It was the sound of a veteran watching a rookie argue with the laws of physics. Cal, you're thinking like a farmer again, she said, her voice laced with a tough, pragmatic sympathy. You found a miracle seed, and your instinct is to plant it everywhere so everyone can see it grow. It's a noble instinct. It's also how you lose.
You have to stop thinking like a farmer and start thinking like a storyteller. This isn't a story, Elena. It's science. Everything is a story, she retorted, her voice rising with passion. Science is a story. Law is a story. Politics is nothing but a war of competing stories. And right now, we have the better one. Our story is absurd farmer versus corporate giant. It's weird, it's compelling, it's memorable, and most importantly, you control it.
The media is talking about you because they can't figure you out. The opposition is off balance because they don't know how to fight a joke. She leaned into her camera, her eyes intense. The moment you say the word Sanefoin, the story changes. It's no longer about your absurd quest. It becomes a boring and complicated debate about legumes. You lose the media. You lose the public. You lose the entire narrative. You've built a beautiful, strange, and effective Trojan horse.
It's made of asparagus, and it's gotten us inside their walls. Sanefoin is the army inside the horse. You are seriously suggesting that we let the army out and start fighting before we've even opened the city gates? It's tactical insanity. The metaphor was so vivid, so brutal, that it stopped Cal in his tracks. He looked at David, his oldest friend, his scientific sounding board. David, you're a scientist. You see the beauty of this, the elegance. You can't possibly agree with them.
David looked miserable. He pushed his glasses up his nose, a nervous habit.
Cal, from a scientific perspective, what you found is breathtaking. It's a paradigm-shifting discovery. My first instinct, as a teacher and a scientist, is the same as yours: to publish, to share, to shout it from the rooftops. It's a beautiful truth. He paused, and the next words came out as if they pained him. But Elena and Jasmine are right. They're not talking about the scientific truth.
They're talking about the political and legal truth, and those are different species. They operate under different laws of nature. In the world of science, a good idea wins on its merits. In the world of politics, a good idea is just a target. The moment you present Sanefoin, Omniagra will declare war on it. They'll fund a dozen studies to prove it's inefficient, that it has hidden dangers, that it can't scale. They will muddy the waters so thoroughly that the average person won't know who to believe. They will turn your beautiful truth into a political football, and they are much, much better at that game than we are. The consensus was a wall. Every one of them, for their own reasons, legal, strategic, political, was telling him to bury his discovery. He felt a profound sense of isolation, the loneliness of a man whose comrades have lost their nerve, or perhaps whose leader has lost his mind.
So I'm just supposed to lie? He asked, his voice raw. I go on television, I write on the blog, and I keep talking about asparagus, pretending I don't have the real answer sitting in a folder on this computer? That's the plan? To build a movement on a foundation of deceit? It is not deceit, Mr. Hayes, Jasmine's voice cut in, as sharp as a scalpel. It is strategy. It is the disciplined withholding of information for tactical advantage. Your opponents to it every single day. Do you think for 1 second that Marcus Thorne tells the whole truth in his press releases? Do you think their army of lawyers shows their whole hand before a trial? To engage in unilateral transparency with an enemy who will use that transparency against you is not moral. It is suicidal. She has a point, Cal, Sarah said softly from the table. She had been silent throughout the debate, her hands wrapped around her coffee mug. Now she looked at him, her eyes full of a deep, weary wisdom.
This isn't about lying. This is about protecting ourselves. That lawsuit, it's real. It's a threat to this house, to this land, to Lily's future. This Sainfoin, it's the first thing that's made me feel safe since we got served with those papers. Jasmine says it's our shield. Why would you want to throw away our shield? Her words hit him harder than any of the strategic arguments. She was right. The lawsuit wasn't an abstract legal game. It was a clear and present danger to his family.
His desire to shout the truth from the rooftops was not just a strategic question. It was a question of his responsibility as a husband and a father. Could he risk their security for the sake of his own intellectual and moral purity? The debate was no longer just about truth versus tactics. It was about idealism versus responsibility. It was about the public crusade versus the private cost. He looked at the faces of his team, at the hard, pragmatic logic in their eyes, and he felt something inside him begin to break. It was the naive, hopeful part of him, the part that had started this whole journey believing that a good argument was enough. He saw the path they were laying out for him. It was a dark, winding road of strategic silences, of half-truths, of a public persona, the crazy asparagus farmer, that was becoming increasingly divorced from the private man who held a world-changing solution in his hands. It was a path that might lead to victory, but he was terrified of what it might cost his soul. To win the war, did he have to become like the enemy? The kitchen was silent. The choice was his.
He could be the prophet, shouting his truth in the wilderness, and risk being destroyed, taking his family and his movement down with him. Or he could become the general, hiding his best weapon, playing the long, cynical game, and risk becoming a man he no longer recognized in the mirror. He looked at the picture of the pink-flowered field, so full of life and promise, the beautiful, simple truth. And he thought of the cold, complex, ugly war he was in. The two worlds could not coexist.
He had to choose which one he lived in. The silence in the kitchen stretched on, the weight of the unspoken decision pressing down on all of them.
Chapter 32. The Decision to Wait. The silence in the kitchen was a new kind of quiet. It was not the companionable silence of a family comfortable in each other's presence, nor the empty silence of a house asleep. It was the dense, airless quiet of a sealed room, the silence of a conspiracy being born. The choice had been made, not by a vote, but by a slow, crushing consensus that had settled over Cal like a shroud. He had surrendered.
The prophet had been overruled by the pragmatists, and the beautiful, simple truth of Sainfoin was to be locked away, a secret weapon kept in its armory while the jester's war continued. Cal sat at the table, staring at the photograph of the pink-flowered field. A moment ago, it had been a symbol of hope, a vision of a redeemed future. Now, it looked like evidence of a crime he was about to commit, the crime of omission, of strategic silence. He felt a profound sense of self-betrayal, a sour taste in the back of his throat. He had started this journey with a single, unwavering belief in the power of truth. Now, his own war council, his most trusted allies, had convinced him that the truth was a liability, a weakness to be hidden. Jasmine Reed's voice, crisp and devoid of sentiment, broke the spell. "Good," she said, as if he had just correctly answered a question on a law school exam. "The decision is made."
We keep Sainfoin out of the public conversation entirely. It is now a privileged piece of information central to our legal defense strategy. Do not discuss it with anyone outside this immediate group. Do not blog about it. Do not tweet about it. Do not mention it to your neighbors. As far as the world is concerned, it does not exist. Are we all clear on that? Clear, Elena's voice replied, the single word carrying a world of weary, pragmatic acceptance.
David, on the video screen, just nodded, his face a mask of unhappy resignation. Cal couldn't bring himself to speak. He just stared at the picture of the flowers. Sarah, sensing his turmoil, reached across the table and placed her hand over his. Her touch was warm, but it felt like the touch of a co-conspirator, sealing a pact he didn't want to make. "It's the right decision, Cal," she whispered. "It's the safe decision." Safe. The word grated on him. He hadn't started this to be safe. He had started this because he was trying to be honest. Were the two now mutually exclusive? "Now," Jasmine continued, her tone all business, her voice pulling him back from the edge of his own moral abyss. "Now, let's talk about the lawsuit. Now that I have this," she said, and Cal knew she was referring to the Sainfoin research. "Our position is significantly stronger. I will begin drafting the anti-slap motion immediately. The core of my argument will be that your entire Feed Cows Asparagus campaign was a form of protected satirical speech, a classic piece of political parody designed to draw attention to a serious public issue. And I will argue that far from being a malicious defamer, you were in fact a diligent researcher actively seeking constructive solutions. This research," she said again, the word landing with the weight of a legal exhibit, "is the proof of that. It is the foundation of our defense." Her words twisted the knife in his gut. The beautiful, world-changing solution he had discovered was to be reduced to a legal tactic, a footnote in a motion to dismiss. Its value was not in its potential to heal the land, but in its ability to protect him from a lawsuit. "Elena," Jasmine said, turning her attention, "your role is critical. You need to manage the narrative. The opposition will be doubling down on the socialist smear. We need to counter that, not by defending, but by continuing to lean into the absurdity. The more ridiculous Cal seems, the more credible our legal argument that this is all satire becomes." "So I'm the court jester," Cal said, the words bitter. "Yes," Jasmine said, without a hint of irony. "And it is a very important role to play. The crazier you look in public, the saner you look in court. It's an inverse relationship. Embrace it." "I'm on it," Elena said. Her voice had regained some of its strategic fire. The debate was over. Now she had a clear, if deeply cynical, mission. "I'll write a piece about the long American tradition of political absurdism. I'll compare Cal to the yippies who tried to levitate the Pentagon. I'll frame him as a folk artist, a prairie provocateur. I'll make his absurdity seem like a deliberate, brilliant strategy, which I guess it now is." The plan was taking shape, a plan built on a foundation of secrecy and public performance. Cal felt a profound sense of detachment, as if you were watching a group of strangers discuss the marketing strategy for a character he was being hired to play. The Zen farmer, the prairie provocateur, the man who wants to feed cows asparagus. None of them were him. The real him. The man who had sat in his office, his heart pounding with the thrill of a genuine discovery, was being packed away, put into a trunk in the attic, just like Evelyn's grandfather's dream. "David," Cal said, his voice flat, "I need you to take all this." He gestured to the pile of research papers on the table. "I want you to organize it. Create a timeline of my research. Document every paper I downloaded, every search term I used. Make it look like what Jasmine said, a diligent search for a solution." David looked at his friend, his eyes full of a deep, sorrowful understanding. He saw what this was costing Cal.
Of course, Cal, he said softly. I'll build a complete evidentiary record. The meeting ended. Jasmine disconnected with a curt, "You have your orders." Elena signed off with a grim, "Let the circus begin." David gave Cal a final, worried look before his screen went blank. Cal was left alone in the kitchen with Sarah.
The silence returned, heavier this time, freighted with the weight of their shared secret. "You did the right thing," Sarah said again, as if trying to convince herself as much as him. "Did I?" he asked, looking at his own hands resting on the table. They were farmers' hands, calloused and capable. They were meant for fixing things, for growing things, for bringing things to light. Now they had been tasked with hiding the most important thing he had ever found.
He stood up and began to gather the papers, the beautiful, hopeful evidence of his discovery. He stacked them into a neat pile. He took a clean manila folder from his office and, with a black marker, wrote a single word on the tab: Sainfoin. He placed the papers inside. He walked back into his office, the folder feeling unnaturally heavy in his hand. He looked at the filing cabinet, the place where he kept the meticulous records of his life, his business, his history. He pulled open the bottom drawer, the one filled with his grandfather's old ledgers. He paused. He couldn't put it in there. To place it alongside the honest, transparent records of his family's past felt like a desecration. Instead, he opened the top drawer, the one where he kept his current business records, bank statements, loan agreements, tax documents, the machinery of his debt, the architecture of the cage he was in. This, he thought with a grim sense of irony, is where it belonged.
It was no longer a piece of agricultural hope. It was a piece of legal strategy. It was an asset in his fight against the bank, against the lawsuit, against the system that was trying to crush him. He slid the folder into the back of the drawer, behind the loan agreement for his $500,000 combine. He pushed the drawer shut. The click of the metal latch was a sound of finality, the sound of a vault being sealed.
He stood in the quiet of his office, the place where his journey had begun with a desperate search for understanding. He had found his answer, a truth so powerful and so pure it had taken his breath away. And he had, with the full support of his most trusted allies, made the cold, calculated decision to bury it. This was the choice he had made, not to be a prophet, but to be a strategist, not to tell the truth, but to win. A corrosive acid began to eat at the edges of his soul.
He had chosen to wait, to play the long game, and he was terrified that by the time he finally felt it was safe to open that drawer, the man who had put the folder inside it would be gone forever.
Chapter 33. Escalation. Personal attacks.
The circus, as Elena had dubbed it, was in full swing. For 2 weeks, Cal Hayes lived a strange, bifurcated existence. By day, he was a farmer, his hands covered in grease and soil, his mind occupied with the tangible realities of his land. But 2 or 3 times a week, he would clean up, put on his one good suit, and walk into his workshop to sit in front of the camera in the bright, hot light. He became the character they had created, the prairie provocateur. He performed his role with a discipline that surprised everyone, including himself. He gave interviews to cable news channels, to national newspapers, to skeptical radio hosts. He was polite, he was calm, and he was relentlessly, maddeningly absurd. Every question about asparagus was met with a deadpan pivot to the size of the Gulf Dead Zone.
Every accusation of lunacy was answered with a quiet, factual statement about the energy inputs of the corn ethanol mandate. He never took the bait. He never got angry. He never admitted it was a joke. He simply held up his funhouse mirror to the agricultural-industrial complex and let the world see the distorted, grotesque reflection. The strategy was working. The Feed Cows Asparagus movement had become a national curiosity, a political meme that refused to die.
The absurdity of the slogan was a perfect shield. It deflected serious criticism and made his opponents look foolish when they tried to engage. Marcus Thorne and Omni Hagra had gone silent, refusing all comment on the matter, clearly hoping to starve the bizarre phenomenon of the oxygen of their attention. In the sleek Washington, D.C. offices of the Sterling Trust, however, the mood was not one of patient silence. It was one of cold, controlled fury.
Richard Sterling stood before a large monitor, watching a montage of Cal's recent media appearances. The clips had been edited together by his staff. There was Cal, calmly explaining rumen-protected protein to a flustered news anchor. There was Cal, politely suggesting that a system requiring billions in subsidies might not be a true free market. "He's inoculated," Sterling said, his voice a low, dangerous hiss.
He turned to the two young, impeccably dressed associates standing at attention in his office. The socialist smear isn't sticking. How can we brand him a communist when he refuses to propose a serious policy? He's not advocating for state control. He's advocating for a vegetable. It's ludicrous. He's wrapped himself in a cloak of irony so thick our ideological weapons can't penetrate it. He began to pace the length of his Persian rug, his custom-made leather shoes silent on the thick pile.
We have been trying to attack the message. That is no longer viable. The message is a ghost, a joke. We have been trying to attack the ideology. That is also failing. He is a political shapeshifter. So, we are left with only one remaining target. He stopped and looked at his associates, his eyes as cold and dead as a frozen lake. We attack the man. We attack the messenger. If we cannot discredit his ideas, we must destroy his credibility as a human being. We must make him a hypocrite.
We must make him a failure. We must make his personal story so toxic that no one will be able to listen to his public one without tasting the poison. He gestured to a thick binder on his desk. The opposition research file on Caleb Hayes. What have we found? One of the young associates, a man named Peterson with a hungry, ambitious look, stepped forward. Sir, it's thin, annoyingly thin. The man's life is a testament to provincial boredom.
He's been married to the same woman for 25 years. No affairs, no gambling debts. His taxes are paid on time. He's had 2 speeding tickets in his entire life. He is, for our purposes, infuriatingly clean. No one is clean, Mr. Peterson, Sterling said, his voice a silken threat. You simply haven't dug deep enough. What about his business history, before he took over the family farm? Peterson fumbled with his tablet. That's the one area we found a potential vulnerability. It's minor.
In the early 90s, just after he graduated from college, before his father retired, he and a friend, this David Chen, the science teacher who is still his primary advisor, started a small business. Go on, Sterling said, his interest piqued. It was a community-supported agriculture venture, Peterson said, the term sounding foreign and distasteful in his mouth. A CSA. They leased 5 acres. Their idea was to grow organic vegetables, heirloom tomatoes, kale, that sort of thing, and sell weekly shares directly to consumers in the Waterloo area. They called it Prairie Harvest Organics. A slow, predatory smile spread across Richard Sterling's face. It was more than he could have hoped for. "Oh, it's perfect," he whispered. "It's absolutely perfect." And how did this noble venture fare? It was a complete and utter failure, Peterson reported, a note of triumph in his voice.
They didn't understand the market. They couldn't compete on price with the supermarket. They were wiped out by an infestation of squash bugs their first summer and lost half their crop. They folded after 16 months, with about $20,000 in small business loans and personal debt, which Hayes' father ultimately paid off for him. Sterling began to laugh, a dry, rustling sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement.
"A failed organic vegetable farmer," he said, savoring each word. "The man who is lecturing the entire country on the failures of the agricultural system is himself a failed farmer. A man who couldn't make a living on 5 acres of kale is telling men who manage 5,000 acres of corn how to run their business. The hypocrisy is so rich, so exquisite, I could bottle it and sell it as a fine wine. He turned to his team, his eyes gleaming with a renewed sense of purpose.
This is the weapon. This is the crack in his armor. We are going to take this small, long-forgotten failure, and we are going to turn it into the defining story of his life. The attack did not come through a mainstream newspaper. That would be too traceable. It came from the murky, anonymous depths of the internet, the shadowy world of dark PR, where Sterling's firm excelled. It started with a single blog post.
The website was called Heartland Sentinel, a name chosen for its reassuring, patriotic feel. The blog was designed to look like the work of a concerned, independent citizen journalist. The post appeared on a Friday morning. The headline was simple and devastating: "The Failed Farmer Behind Feed Cows Asparagus." The article was a masterpiece of distortion. It laid out the story of Prairie Harvest Organics, but every fact was twisted through a lens of malice. The small $20,000 debt was described as a catastrophic financial collapse. The infestation of squash bugs was presented not as a common agricultural misfortune, but as proof of Hayes's incompetence and mismanagement. His father paying off the loan was framed as a bailout for his failed socialist experiment.
The article's conclusion was a dagger to the heart of Cal's credibility. Before Caleb Hayes became a professional activist, telling hard-working American farmers how to do their jobs, he tried to be one of them. He tried to build the kind of small-scale, organic, sustainable utopia he now preaches, and he failed, miserably. Is it any wonder, then, that he now harbors such a deep-seated resentment for the conventional agricultural system that actually works?
The Feed Cows Asparagus movement is not a serious critique of farm policy. It is the bitter, hypocritical revenge fantasy of a man who couldn't make it as a real farmer, now trying to tear down the very system that had to bail out his own failures. Within an hour of the post going live, the campaign began. A coordinated network of anonymous Twitter and Facebook accounts, all part of the Sterling Group's vast digital army, began to share the link.
They used hashtags like #FailedFarmer and #AsparagusHypocrite. The story was picked up by other, larger right-wing blogs, each one adding its own layer of outrage and indignation. By noon, the story was trending. Cal was in his workshop, replacing a bearing on a disc harrow, when his phone began to buzz incessantly. It was David. "Cal, you need to get inside, now." David's voice was tight with a controlled fury. They did it. They dropped the personal bomb.
Cal walked into the house, a cold dread washing over him. He sat down at the kitchen table while David pulled up the Heartland Sentinel blog post on the laptop. He read it in silence, his face pale, his hands gripping the edge of the table. He remembered Prairie Harvest Organics. He remembered the hope, the idealism of his 22-year-old self. He remembered the back-breaking work, the joy of the first harvest, and the crushing, youthful heartbreak of its failure.
It had been a small, private dream, a footnote in his life that he hadn't thought about in 20 years. Now he was watching it being exhumed, twisted into a monstrous caricature, and put on display for the entire world to see. It was a deeply personal violation. It felt like they had broken into his home, gone through his old photo albums, and scrawled obscenities on the faces of his memories. "How?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. "How could they possibly know about this?"
"Public records, Cal," David said, his voice grim. "The business loan, the incorporation papers, it was all there, buried in the county archives. They have teams of people for this. This is what they do." Sarah came and stood behind him, reading the article over his shoulder. She let out a small, wounded gasp. "They're calling you a failure," she said, her voice trembling with rage. "You were 22 years old, Cal. You were kids. You tried something and it didn't work. How can they turn that into this? But Cal was barely listening. He was staring at the screen. But he wasn't just seeing the smear. He was seeing the pattern. He was seeing the ghost. He stood up and walked into his office. He went to the box and pulled out the file on A.C. Townley, the founder of the Nonpartisan League. He laid the printout on the table next to the laptop. There it was, the headline from the Red Flame in 1921, Prophet of the Prairie, or Profiteer of the Poor.
The article that had detailed Townley's own early business failures, painting him as a charismatic con man who had no right to lead a movement of real farmers. It was the same move, the exact same move, updated for the digital age. A strange, cold calm settled over him, pushing back the initial wave of pain and violation. The paranoia had been his shield. The history had been his map. He had been waiting for this, preparing for it. The shock was not that it had happened, but that it was so perfectly, so precisely what he had expected. "This is good," he said, his voice quiet. Sarah and David stared at him as if he had lost his mind. "Good?" Sarah repeated, her voice incredulous. "Cal, they are destroying your reputation. They are calling you a hypocrite and a failure to millions of people." "Yes," Cal said, turning to face them. The look in his eyes was no longer that of a victim.
It was the hard, cold look of a general who has just seen his enemy walk into a perfectly anticipated ambush. And they are doing exactly what I knew they would do. They are following the script, the ghost's script. And that means, for the first time, we are no longer on the defensive. We are one step ahead. They think they've just delivered a killing blow. They have no idea that they've just handed us the weapon we need to win.
Chapter 34. The Digital Battlefield. The declaration hung in the air of the small office, sharp and cold as the scent of ozone after a lightning strike. They have no idea that they've just handed us the weapon we need to win. Sarah and David stared at Cal, at the man who had, in the space of a few days, transformed from a broken victim into a cold-eyed strategist. The change was unnerving. The gentle, weary farmer they knew was still there, but he was now overlaid with a harder, more dangerous persona, like a photograph double exposed with an image from a forgotten war. "A weapon?" David asked, his voice cautious. He was still trying to process the sheer, calculated malice of the attack. "Cal, they've painted you as a failed hypocrite on a national stage. They're using a small, youthful mistake to invalidate your entire life's work. How is that a weapon for us?"
"Because it's a lie," Cal said, his voice low, steady hum of controlled fury. "And it's a specific, predictable, and provable lie. Until now, we've been fighting a war of ideas. We've been fighting their story about the glory of modern agriculture. That's a hard story to kill because it's big, it's emotional, and it's wrapped in the flag. But they just made a fatal error. They've abandoned the big story, and they've chosen to fight us on a small one, a story about me.
A story about a CSA that failed 25 years ago. And that is a story we can fight. That is a battlefield we can win on." He turned to his friend, his eyes locking on David's. The look was an appeal, a command. "You were a part of that story, David. You were there. You know the truth. They've just made you a witness. They've just made you a soldier." A slow, dangerous fire began to burn in David Chen's eyes. For weeks, he had been the loyal advisor, the tech support, the cautious voice of reason. He was a teacher, a man of science, a person who believed in order, logic, in the quiet, methodical pursuit of truth. The smear campaign was an offense to all of it. It was a violation of history, a perversion of fact, an act of intellectual violence. And they had dragged his own past, his own youthful dreams, into their filthy game.
"Yes," David said, his voice quiet but with an edge Cal had never heard before. "Yes, they did." He sat down at Cal's computer.
his movements suddenly sharp and precise. The quiet science teacher, the man who calmed panicked freshmen during frog dissections, was gone. In his place was someone new, someone colder and more focused. "Okay," he said, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "The battlefield has been chosen. Let's map the terrain."
The kitchen, once again, became the war room, but the strategy session was different. It was not about grand theories or moral debates. It was about the granular, relentless tactics of digital combat. Elena joined them on a secure video call, her face a grim, determined mask. "They've given us a gift," Elena said, her voice sharp. "A specific, refutable lie. This is infinitely better than fighting their vague platitudes about feeding the world."
Our counteroffensive has to be swift, multi-pronged, and overwhelming. We can't just deny their story. We have to tell a better one, and we have to shove it down their throats. "So what's the plan?" Sarah asked, her voice tense. She was pouring coffee, her hands moving with a nervous energy. "The plan is to turn their weapon back on them," David said, looking up from the laptop.
He had already opened a dozen tabs, cross-referencing the fake Heartland Sentinel blog with domain registration databases. This isn't a real blog. The domain was registered 2 weeks ago through a proxy service in Panama. The IP address of the server hosting it traces back to a major web services company known for hosting corporate PR sites. This isn't a concerned citizen. This is a ghost, a corporate ghost. "Elena, can you confirm that?" Cal asked. "I'm already on it," she replied.
"I'm running the server info past a source I have at a cybersecurity firm. I'll bet you $100 it connects back to a shell company owned by Sterling or one of their subsidiaries. While I do that, you two need to build the counter-narrative." And so they began. While Elena hunted the ghost in the machine, Cal and David started to rebuild the past. They were no longer just friends. They were co-historians of their own youth.
"Prairie Harvest Organics," David murmured, a sad, nostalgic smile touching his lips. "God, we were so young. We really thought we could change the world with 5 acres of heirloom tomatoes." "What do you remember most?" Cal asked, his own voice softening for a moment. "The work," David said immediately. "The endless, back-breaking work. And the squash bugs. I still have nightmares about those little bastards. But I also remember the people. The members."
The ones who signed up for a box of vegetables from 2 kids who had no idea what they were doing. An idea sparked in Cal's mind. "Do you still have the list? The original membership list for the CSA?" David's eyes went wide. "I think so. I think I have the old ledger in a box in my attic. Why?" "They say we were a failure," Cal said, a slow, dangerous smile forming. "Let's ask our customers what they thought."
The next phase of the counteroffensive was a painstaking work of digital archaeology. David, armed with a 25-year-old list of names, became a detective. He used social media and public records databases to track down the original members of Prairie Harvest Organics. He found them scattered across the country: a doctor in Colorado, a retired teacher in Florida, a software engineer still living in Waterloo. Cal drafted the email and David sent it. It was simple and direct.
It explained the situation, included a link to the smear article, and asked a single question. "We know the business failed, but we were wondering if you had any memories, good or bad, of your time as a member." The replies were a revelation. They were a flood of warm, detailed, and fiercely loyal memories. "Failure?" wrote the doctor from Colorado. "That's not how I remember it at all. I remember 2 earnest, hard-working young men who grew the best-tasting tomatoes I've ever had in my life. I remember being proud to support them. The fact that it didn't work out financially doesn't make it a failure. It makes it a noble experiment." The retired teacher from Florida wrote, "I still have the recipe for kale soup you 2 gave me. My husband and I were so sad when you had to close. You were 20 years ahead of your time. The world just wasn't ready for you." These testimonials were pure gold.
They were the authentic, human truth that could annihilate the corporate lie. While Cal and David gathered the stories, Lily went to work on the graphics. She took the headline from the smear block, "The Failed Farmer," and turned it into a defiant banner. She created a series of simple, powerful images for social media. One was a picture of a young Cal and David from an old college photo, smiling and covered in dirt. The text over it read, "They call this failure. We call it trying."
Another featured a quote from one of the testimonials with the hashtag Prairie Harvest Truth. The digital battlefield was prepared. The counterattack was launched, not as a defensive denial, but as a proud, aggressive reclamation of their own story. David Chen, the quiet science teacher, became a general. He sat at his own dining room table, his laptop open, his phone buzzing beside him, a second monitor displaying a real-time feed of social media hashtags. He mobilized the small, hardcore community that had remained loyal to the Too Much Corn forums. He posted a call to arms. "Friends," he wrote, "the opposition has chosen a new line of attack. They have resorted to personal smears, twisting a small business that Cal and I started as idealistic young men into a story of failure and hypocrisy. They are trying to destroy a good man's character because they cannot defeat his ideas. We are not going to let them. Today, we fight back."
Here is the truth, and here is how you can help us spread it. He created what he called a digital action kit. It was a masterstroke of online organization. It contained a link to a new post on the Feed Cow's Asparagus blog, a post written by Cal and David, telling the true, humble, and heartfelt story of Prairie Harvest Organics. It included their financial struggles, the squash bugs, the painful decision to close. It was honest, it was vulnerable, and it was deeply human. The kit also included a gallery of Lily's new graphics, perfectly formatted for Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. It included a list of the major websites and blogs that had published the original smear story, and it included a set of pre-written, fact-based comments that supporters could copy, paste, and adapt. The instructions were clear. Do not be angry. Do not be insulting. Be relentless. Be factual. For every lie they tell, we will answer with flood their comment sections. Share our story. Use the hashtag #PrairieHarvestTruth. Let's bury their lies in a mountain of facts. The response was immediate and overwhelming. The small, loyal community became a disciplined digital army. The comment sections of the smear articles were inundated. Where before there had been a chorus of right-wing outrage, there was now a flood of calm, factual rebuttals. Actually, one comment read, the business was a CSA, a model of direct-to-consumer farming. Here's a link to the real story. Interesting that the Heartland Sentinel blog was created 2 weeks ago and has no author, another user posted. Smells like a corporate AstroTurf campaign. Hashtag #PrairieHarvestTruth. Alina's intel came through. The server hosting the Heartland Sentinel was indeed linked to a web of shell companies that had been previously associated with the Sterling Group. She fed this information to David, who immediately disseminated it to their digital soldiers. The narrative began to shift. The story was no longer just about Cal's failure. It was about a shadowy PR firm creating fake news to silence a critic. David was relentless. He stayed up for 48 hours straight, fueled by coffee and a cold, righteous fury. He tracked hashtags, directed his volunteers, and responded personally to dozens of messages. He was a conductor, orchestrating a symphony of digital dissent. He felt an exhilaration he had never known, the thrill of a man who has found his true calling in the most unexpected of places. He was not just a science teacher anymore. He was a warrior. The tide turned on the second day. A prominent, independent political journalist with a large Twitter following, who had initially shared the failed farmer story, posted a new thread. An update on this Caleb Hayes story, she wrote. I'm starting to have questions. The original source appears to be a brand new, anonymous blog with server links to known corporate PR firms, and Hayes' supporters are now circulating testimonials from his former customers that tell a very different story. This is beginning to look less like a story about a failed farmer and more like a story about a sophisticated, dark PR smear campaign. Hashtag Prairie Harvest Truth. That was it. The breach in the wall. The counter-narrative had broken through into the mainstream. The hashtag Prairie Harvest Truth began to trend higher than failed farmer. The conversation had been successfully reframed. Late on the third night, David sat alone in his quiet house, the glow of his monitors illuminating his exhausted face. The battle was not over, but the initial assault had been repelled. They had held the line. They had taken the enemy's most powerful punch and thrown it right back in their face. He looked at the screen, at the flood of messages of support, at the growing chorus of voices questioning the original story. He felt a deep, profound satisfaction, the feeling of a man who has used his own particular set of skills to defend his friend and fight for a truth he believed in. The digital world, which had seemed so full of lies and noise, was also a place where a small, dedicated army could build a fortress of facts. He had found his battlefield.
And he was just beginning to learn how to fight.
Chapter 35. The Threat. The victory on the digital battlefield was clean, exhilarating, and deeply deceptive. For 3 days, a fragile sense of triumph settled over the Hayes farm. The kitchen war room felt less like a bunker and more like a campaign headquarters celebrating a successful primary. David had created a chart on the whiteboard that tracked the social media sentiment, a rising blue line of the hashtag Prairie Harvest Truth hashtag triumphantly crossing a descending red line of hashtag Failed Farmer. It was a visual representation of their win, a data point of hope. "We did it," David said, his voice buzzing with a kind of exhausted elation during their nightly video call. "We didn't just neutralize their attack, we turned it into a net positive. The story is no longer about your failure. It's about a shadowy PR firm's attempt to smear a private citizen. We've made you the victim of a dark money hit job, which makes you even more sympathetic." "The Sterling Trust is furious," Elena reported from her black square of a video feed. Her voice held a rare note of satisfaction, the sound of a hunter who has successfully wounded a formidable beast. "My sources say their phones have been ringing off the hook with reporters asking about their connection to the Heartland Sentinel blog. They're used to operating in the shadows. We drag them into the light. They hate that more than anything." Even Sarah allowed herself a small measure of relief. The personal nature of the attack had terrified her, but the ferocity and success of their defense had shown her that they were not as alone or as powerless as she had feared. She saw the change in Cal, the new hard confidence, and she dared to hope that they might actually survive this. Cal himself felt a grim satisfaction. He had met his enemy on a battlefield of their choosing, the battlefield of his own past, and he had not broken. He had taken their poison and, with the help of his friends, brewed an antidote. The historical playbook had given him a map, and for the first time he felt he had successfully navigated one of its treacherous roads. The paranoia that had been his constant companion felt less like a sickness and more like a shield. He had seen the blow coming, and he had been ready. The illusion of safety, of a war fought cleanly through screens and keyboards, was shattered on a Thursday morning, just after dawn. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and distant rain. Cal walked out the back door onto the porch, a steaming mug of coffee in his hand, to watch the sunrise. It was his favorite time of day, a quiet, sacred moment before the work and the war began. He stood on the top step, taking a sip of coffee, his eyes tracing the familiar lines of the barn, the pasture, the endless sea of corn. Everything was as it should be. And then he saw it. It was lying on the center of the welcome mat, a small, still object that didn't belong. At first, he thought it was a clump of leaves or a child's lost toy. He walked down the steps for a closer look. It was a bird. A cardinal, its feathers a splash of brilliant, shocking red against the drab brown of the mat. Its head was cocked at an unnatural angle, its small black eyes staring at nothing. It was perfect, unblemished, as if it had simply fallen from the sky and landed at his door. But it wasn't alone. Tucked neatly under one of its wings was a small, folded piece of paper. Cal's breath caught in his throat. The coffee mug suddenly felt impossibly heavy in his hand.
A cold, electric dread, far sharper and more visceral than any he had felt before, shot through him. This was not digital. This was not a story. This was here, on his porch, at his home. His hands shaking, he carefully set his mug down on the porch railing. He knelt, his knees cracking in protest. He hesitated, then reached out and, with 2 fingers, gently pulled the folded paper from under the bird's wing. The feathers were soft, the body still faintly warm. He stood up and unfolded the paper.
It was a small square, torn from a spiral notebook. The message was written in neat, blocky letters, in plain black ink. There were only 7 words. Some things are better left in the ground. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. The chirping of the crickets, the lowing of the cattle in the pasture, the rustle of the wind in the corn, all of it faded into a deafening roar in his ears. He looked from the note in his hand to the small red body on his doorstep.
The threat was so quiet, so intimate, so deeply personally violating. Some things are better left in the ground. Were they talking about Prairie Harvest Organics, the failed business they had dug up? Were they talking about the history of the Nonpartisan League, the ghosts he had unearthed from Evelyn's attic? Or were they talking about him, about his family? The ambiguity was the point. It was a cold, calculated piece of psychological warfare, designed to burrow into his mind and fester.
He stood there for a long time, the note trembling in his hand, the dead bird at his feet. The sun was climbing higher, casting long shadows across the yard, but all he felt was a profound, encroaching cold. The paranoia he had been nursing, the historical dread he had been studying, had been an abstract, intellectual exercise. He had been a scholar of a forgotten war. Now the war had come to him. The ghost was no longer in the archives. It was on his porch.
He heard the screen door creak open behind him. It was Sarah, her hair still messy from sleep, a robe tied around her waist. "Cal, is everything okay?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. He turned to face her, and she saw the look on his face, the pale, stricken horror, and she was instantly awake. She saw the note in his hand, and her eyes dropped to the welcome mat. She let out a small, strangled gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. "Oh, God," she whispered. "Oh, my God, Cal."
He walked up the steps and met her at the door, pulling her inside, away from the terrible little scene. He closed the door, shutting out the morning light, as if the darkness could protect them. They stood in the quiet of the kitchen, Sarah staring at the note, her face ashen. "They came here," she said, her voice a choked whisper. "They came to our home, while we were sleeping, while Lily was sleeping." That was the thought that broke him. The thought of his daughter, safe in her bed, while someone with this kind of malice in their heart stood just a few feet away on their porch. The cold dread in his gut curdled into a hot, protective fury. But it was an impotent fury. Who could he fight? The anger had no target. It was directed at a whisper, at a shadow that had come in the night and left a small red corpse as its calling card. He immediately called David and Elena.
He put the phone on speaker, his hand shaking so badly he could barely hit the button. He described what he had found, his voice a low, ragged monotone. The silence on the other end of the line was heavy. "Jesus Christ," David breathed, his voice full of a helpless rage. They came to your house. Elena was quiet for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was stripped of all its usual irony. It was the flat, grim voice of someone looking at a casualty report. "Okay, Cal," she said.
Welcome to the big leagues. This is what they do when they're scared. When the PR and the lawsuits don't work, this is the next tool in the box. It's a classic intimidation tactic. It's designed to make you feel alone, to make you feel vulnerable, to make you afraid for your family. Well, congratulations to them. Sarah's voice cut in, sharp and trembling. It's working. She looked at Cal, her eyes wide with a terror that was turning into a hard, desperate anger. This has gone too far.
This is not about blogs or lawsuits anymore. This is about our daughter. This is about our lives. You have to stop this, Cal. You have to stop. The words hung in the air, the ultimatum he had been dreading since the very beginning. He looked at his wife, at the raw fear on her face. He thought of Lily, asleep upstairs. He thought of the small red bird on his doorstep. The historical parallel, the strategic game, the intellectual puzzle, all of it collapsed into a single, terrifying point.
His family was in danger. His crusade had brought a physical threat to his own front door. The paranoia was no longer a strategic asset. It was a suffocating reality. He was no longer a man fighting a system. He was a man trying to protect his home from the shadows that were gathering at his door. The war had been an abstract concept, a battle for the soul of agriculture. Now it was a battle for the soul of his family.
And he knew, with a certainty that felt like a physical illness, that it was a war he could not afford to lose.
Chapter 36. The Rally. The dead cardinal on the welcome mat had changed the chemical composition of the air in the Hayes household. Fear was the new oxygen. It was in the coffee Sarah brewed, in the silence that sat between her and Cal at the dinner table, in the way she watched Lily get on the school bus in the morning, her hand hovering near the phone until the bus was out of sight. Sarah's ultimatum, "You have to stop this, Cal. You have to stop," was not a single angry outburst. It was the new, constant, low-frequency hum beneath their floorboards of their life. For 2 days, Cal existed in a state of suspended animation, trapped between the visceral, primal need to protect his family and the cold, strategic understanding that surrender was not an option. He walked the farm, his eyes scanning the tree line not for pests or predators, but for signs of human intrusion. Every passing car on the county road was a potential threat. The paranoia he had cultivated as an academic exercise had become a sickening, real-time burden. The rally, which had been planned for weeks, loomed at the end of the week like an execution date. It was to be the movement's first major public gathering, a physical manifestation of the digital community they had built, held on the steps of the state capitol in Des Moines. Before the threat, it had seemed like a logical next step. Now, it seemed like an act of suicidal recklessness. How could he stand on a public stage and invite more of this darkness to his door? The War Council convened via a tense, grim video call. The usual strategic banter was gone, replaced by a somber gravity. "You have to cancel," Sarah said immediately, her voice flat and resolute. She was speaking not as a member of the team, but as a wife and mother. "There is no rally. It's over. We will not put our family in the crosshairs like this." Cal, who sat beside her, did not contradict her.
He felt the same way. The fight was no longer worth the cost. It was Jasmine Reed, the lawyer, who spoke first, her voice a cold, pragmatic scalpel cutting through the emotional fog. "I understand the fear completely. It is a natural and appropriate response to a targeted threat. However, from a legal and strategic standpoint, canceling the rally is the single worst thing you can do." "How can you say that?" Sarah shot back, her voice trembling with anger.
Did a man with a dead bird show up on your doorstep this morning? No, Jasmine said, her expression unyielding. But I have represented clients who have had far worse happen to them,
And I can tell you with absolute certainty what happens if you go silent now. You will have proven to them that their tactic works. You will have taught them that a single, anonymous threat is enough to dismantle your entire movement. If you cancel, they will not stop. Why would they?
They will have found your off switch. The threats will continue, quietly, until you have been completely and utterly neutralized. Your only path to safety now is through strength. You must show them, publicly and unequivocally, that you will not be intimidated. It is not just the best strategic move, it is, paradoxically, the safest one. Elena's voice joined in, supporting Jasmine's cold logic with a media strategist's brutal insight. She's right. If you cancel, the story I have to write is activist farmer cancels rally after threats. The narrative becomes about your fear. You become the man who was scared into silence. Thorne wins. Sterling wins. But if you hold the rally, the story I get to write is defiant farmer holds rally despite threats, galvanizes supporters. You become the man who stood up to the bullies. You seize control of the narrative. You turn their weapon against them. Cal listened, the two competing fears warring within him. The fear for his family's immediate safety, a hot primal instinct to bolt the doors and hide, and a new, colder fear, the fear of a future spent looking over his shoulder, a life governed by the whims of an enemy who knew exactly how to control him. Jasmine was right. Backing down now would be like teaching a predator that you were easy prey. He looked at Sarah, at the terror in her eyes. This was the real decision, not his, but theirs.
"They won't stop, Sar," he said, his voice a low, pained whisper. "She's right. If we show them we're scared, they'll just keep scaring us, forever. The only way to make it end is to show them that it doesn't work." "And what if it doesn't end?" she asked, her voice breaking. "What if they do something worse? What if they come back? What about Lily?" "We'll be careful," he said, though the words felt hollow. "We'll get new locks. We'll get cameras."
David can stay here with you and Lily on the day of the rally. We'll do everything we can to be safe. But we can't live in fear. We can't let them win this way. If we do, we've already lost everything that matters. The conversation went late into the night. It was the hardest conversation of their marriage, a raw, painful negotiation between love and fear, between principle and survival. But by the time the sun rose, a fragile, terrifying consensus had been reached. Sarah, her face pale but her eyes full of a new, hard resolve, had made the bravest decision of her life. She would not just let him go. She would go with him. The day of the rally was bright and unseasonably cool. The steps of the Iowa State Capitol, a grand structure of golden limestone, were a strange and chaotic tapestry of dissent. The crowd was not huge, perhaps 400 or 500 people, but it was the physical embodiment of the bizarre coalition Cal had built. There were young, earnest environmental science students from Iowa State holding carefully hand-painted signs that read, "Soil, not soy." There were older, grim-faced farmers in seed caps, their arms crossed, looking deeply uncomfortable but resolute. There was a contingent of fierce, anti-government libertarians from Marcus Vance's orbit, their yellow Gadsden flags with the coiled snake adding a splash of revolutionary color to the scene. And everywhere there was the asparagus. The symbol had taken on a life of its own. People carried single, raw stalks of asparagus like protest torches. One group of college kids had built a giant 7-foot-tall papier-mâché spear of asparagus, which they held aloft like a religious icon. The signs were a testament to the movement's strange genius. "This is not a pipe," one read, with a picture of an asparagus stalk, a surrealist joke aimed at the heart of their political doublespeak.
Another, held by a woman in a minivan mom sweatshirt, said, "I'd rather feed my kids asparagus than your lies." Cal stood at the side of the temporary stage, his stomach a cold, churning knot of fear. He felt exposed, a target. He scanned the crowd, his eyes instinctively searching for threats, for faces that didn't belong. Sarah stood beside him, her hand gripping his, her knuckles white. David was there too, having insisted on coming, his face a mask of nervous energy.
Lily was safely at a friend's house, a fact that was the only thing keeping Cal from turning and running. Elena was there, of course, standing off to the side with the other members of the press, her notepad out, her expression unreadable. She caught Cal's eye and gave him a single sharp nod. Showtime. David, who had volunteered to be the MC, stepped up to the microphone.
He spoke briefly, his teacher's voice clear and steady, framing the day not as a protest, but as a gathering of concerned citizens. Then he introduced Cal. And now, David said, his voice ringing with a pride that was almost painful, a man who needs no introduction, my friend, a farmer, Caleb Hayes. The crowd erupted. The applause, the cheers, the whistles. It was a wave of sound, a wave of support that washed over Cal, momentarily pushing back the fear.
He walked to the podium, his legs feeling like they were made of wood. He looked out at the strange, beautiful, magnificent army he had accidentally assembled. He had a speech in his pocket, a set of talking points he and David had worked on. He looked down at the paper, at the reasonable, well-argued points about runoff and subsidies, and he knew, with absolute certainty, that it was the wrong speech. The game had changed. The dead cardinal had changed it. He pushed the paper aside.
He gripped the sides of the podium to steady his shaking hands. He leaned into the microphone, and he told the truth. "Good afternoon," he began, his voice quiet, but carrying a new, hard weight that commanded attention. "Thank you all for being here. I wasn't sure I was going to make it today." He paused, letting the words hang in the cool autumn air. The crowd grew quiet, sensing a shift.
"A few days ago," he continued, his voice steady, "I walked out onto my front porch to have my morning coffee, and I found a message waiting for me. It wasn't a letter. It wasn't an email. It was a dead bird with a note tucked under its wing. A note that was meant to tell me to be quiet. A note that was meant to make me afraid. A note that was meant to make sure that this rally never happened." A collective gasp went through the crowd. A low murmur of anger began to build.
Sarah, at the side of the stage, squeezed her eyes shut for a second. "And I want to be honest with you," Cal said, his voice raw with an emotion he no longer tried to hide. "It worked. I was afraid. I am afraid. I'm afraid for my wife, who is standing right over there. I'm afraid for my daughter. Because the people we are up against, the powerful, wealthy interests who run our food system, have shown their hand. When they can't win with arguments, they try to win with lies.
And when they can't win with lies, they try to win with fear." He leaned closer to the microphone, his voice dropping to a low, intense growl. "They want us to be afraid. They want us to be silent. They want us to believe that we are powerless, that a single farmer, a single citizen, cannot stand up and question a multi-billion-dollar system. They want us to believe that their power is absolute. But I am here today to tell them that they are wrong."
The crowd roared, a single unified sound of defiance. "This is not about asparagus anymore," Cal shouted over the noise, his voice breaking with passion. "This has never been about asparagus. This is about our right to speak without fear. This is about our right to ask hard questions of the people in power. This is about our right to demand a food system that does not poison our water, that does not corrupt our politics, that does not make our children sick. This is our land. This is our water. This is our country." He was no longer a farmer with a spreadsheet. He was no longer a jester with a joke. He was a man pushed to the brink, a man who had seen the face of his opposition and had chosen not to blink. He was fighting for his home, for his family,
for the very soul of his community. "They think they can silence us with a dead bird on a doorstep?" he cried, his voice ringing across the Capitol lawn. "Well, I have a message for them. We are not afraid. We are not going away. And we are just getting started." He stepped back from the podium, his chest heaving, his body trembling with adrenaline and rage, and a terrifying, liberating sense of freedom. The crowd exploded. It was a sound he had never heard before, a sound of pure, cathartic, unified power. The libertarians were cheering, their Gadsden flags waving next to the environmentalist signs about soil health. The farmers were stomping their feet, their grim faces broken open with shouts of support. He had done it. He had taken their quiet, ugly little threat, and he had turned it into a roaring fire. He had shown them that their fear was not a weapon that could be used against him. It was the fuel for his own. He walked off the stage and into the arms of his wife. Her face was wet with tears, but she was smiling, a fierce, brilliant, beautiful smile. "I was so scared," she whispered in his ear, her voice thick with emotion. "Me too," he whispered back, holding her tight.
The war was far from over. He knew the threat was still real, the danger still present. But as he stood there, surrounded by the strange and wonderful army he had built, he felt a profound shift. He was no longer just a man with a grievance. He was the leader of a rebellion, and he had just given the speech of his life.
Chapter 37. The Congressional Hearing Invitation. The rally was a firebreak. It had taken the slow-burning brush fire of their movement and, with the accelerant of a direct threat, turned it into a roaring conflagration that could no longer be contained or ignored. The story of the dead cardinal, a quiet act of anonymous terror, became a loud, public symbol of corporate overreach. Elena's article, published the day after the rally, was a masterpiece of righteous indignation.
The headline was stark. They tried to bury him. Instead, they planted a revolution. The piece went viral, far beyond the agricultural and political circles that had been following the story. It was picked up by national news outlets, cable news channels, and morning talk shows. The narrative was irresistible. The quiet, principled farmer who had stood up to a corporate giant, been smeared as a socialist, and then, when he refused to be silenced, was met with a thuggish physical threat.
The "Feed Cows Asparagus" slogan, once a quirky joke, was now imbued with a new, defiant gravity. It was the absurd banner of a man who refused to be scared. Cal Hayes was no longer a regional curiosity. He was a national story. He was the subject of sympathetic editorials, the focus of cable news roundtables. The hashtag #StandWithCal trended for 2 days. Donations, unsolicited and unexpected, began to pour into a legal defense fund that Jasmine Reed had insisted they set up.
The trickle of support had become a river. In the pristine offices of the Sterling Group and Omniagra, the mood was apoplectic. Their carefully calibrated strategy, a century-old playbook of smears and intimidation, had backfired in the most spectacular way imaginable. They had intended to make Cal a pariah, a radioactive extremist. Instead, they had made him a martyr. They had handed him a megaphone and a halo.
Marcus Thorne, his face a tight mask of fury, stared at the analytics on his monitor. Every metric was a disaster. Public sentiment toward Omniagra had soured. The American Harvest Council was being openly mocked on social media as a corporate front. George Carmichael, their authentic farmer, had been forced to delete his Twitter account after being inundated with messages calling him a corporate stooge.
"He turned the threat into a rallying cry," Thorne spat, his voice a low growl during a video conference with Richard Sterling. "He took our weapon and bludgeoned us with it on the steps of the state capitol. The media is eating it up. We have lost control of the narrative, completely." Richard Sterling, ever calm, listened from his teak fortress in Washington. The corner of his eye twitched, the only outward sign of his displeasure.
Yes, Marcus, the situation has escalated. The provincial farmer has proven to be more resilient than we anticipated. The threat was a tactical error. It was too crude. It lacked subtlety. He paused, his mind already moving, calculating, recalibrating. But every crisis is an opportunity. He has won a battle in the court of public opinion, a fickle and meaningless court. It is time to move him to a different court, one where we write the rules. What are you proposing? Thorne asked. He has a national platform now, Sterling said.
He is a guest on cable news. He is a hero on the internet. He is comfortable in that chaotic, undisciplined environment. We must bring him to an environment that is the opposite of that, a place of order, of tradition, of power, a place where his folksy authenticity will look like amateurish incompetence. We need to bring him to Washington. The plan was audacious, a classic Sterling gambit. It was a move born not of strength, but of a grudging, tactical necessity.
Ignoring Cal Hayes was no longer an option. Discrediting him had failed. Intimidating him had backfired. They were left with only one choice: to engage him, but on their own turf, in the most powerful and intimidating arena imaginable. The call was made to Congressman Roger Buckman of Ohio. Buckman was the ranking Republican member of the House Committee on Agriculture, a man whose political career had been lavishly funded by OmniAgri's Political Action Committee for over a decade.
He was a bulldog, a fierce defender of the agricultural status quo, and a man who owed his position of power to the very interests Cal was threatening. Buckman, a florid man with a booming voice and a deep-seated contempt for what he called environmental extremists, listened as Thorne and Sterling laid out the situation. He was under pressure. His office was being flooded with calls from constituents who had seen the story on the news. He was being asked uncomfortable questions by reporters in the halls of Congress. The Caleb Hayes problem had landed on his doorstep. "The man is making a mockery of the entire American food system," Buckman roared over the phone. "He's a menace, a clown, and the media is treating him like he's goddamn Woodward and Bernstein rolled into one." "Which is precisely why we need to change the venue, Roger," Sterling's voice soothed. "He is winning the media war because it is unregulated."
We need to bring him into a regulated environment, a hearing room, your hearing room, where you control the clock, you control the agenda, and you control the microphone. The logic was impeccable. A congressional hearing was the ultimate home field advantage. It was a forum designed to project power, to enforce decorum, and to allow the majority party to shape the narrative completely. You will not be debating him on the merits of his absurd proposals, Sterling continued.
You will be examining the threat that his brand of radicalism poses to the nation. You will surround him with expert witnesses, our experts, who will testify to the stability and security of the current system. You will give him 5 minutes to speak, and then you and your colleagues on the committee will have 5 hours to pick him apart, question by question. You will expose him not as a folk hero, but as a dangerously naive amateur who does not understand the complexities of a global food system. Congressman Buckman was convinced. He saw the opportunity not just to solve OmniAgri's problem, but to elevate his own national profile as a defender of American agriculture against its radical enemies. The next day, the official announcement was made. The House Committee on Agriculture would be holding a special prime-time hearing.
The title was a masterpiece of loaded, bureaucratic language, an examination of novel agricultural proposals and their potential impact on American food security and economic stability. The press release, issued from Congressman Buckman's office, was a declaration of war disguised as a sober statement of legislative oversight.
In recent weeks, it read, a number of radical, untested, and potentially dangerous ideas regarding our nation's food supply have gained a troubling amount of public attention. It is the duty of this committee to examine these proposals, to separate fact from fiction, and to assess the real-world risks they pose to our farmers, our communities, and our national security. We cannot allow our food system, the envy of the world,
to be jeopardized by frivolous, ill-conceived social experiments.
The invitation arrived at the Hayes farm via FedEx the following morning. It was a thick, cream-colored envelope bearing the official seal of the United States Congress. Cal opened it with trembling hands. The language inside was formal, intimidating. Pursuant to the rules of the House of Representatives, you are hereby invited to appear before the Committee on Agriculture to provide testimony. He stared at the document, the words blurring before his eyes. This was it, the ultimate escalation.
He was being summoned to the heart of the empire, to the center of power. The War Council convened in a state of high alert. The mood was grim. "It's the food dialogue all over again," David said, his face pale on the video screen. "But on a national stage, the trap is bigger and the stakes are 100 times higher." "Of course it's a trap," Jasmine Reed's voice snapped, sharp and focused. "It's the only move they had left. They're trying to regain control of the narrative by moving the fight to a forum where they have absolute power. They're going to try to humiliate him on national television." "So he can't go," Sarah said, her voice firm. "He has to refuse. We are not walking into another ambush." "Refusing is not an option," Elena countered, her voice heavy with the weight of political reality. "This isn't a corporate PR event. This is a congressional hearing. If he refuses a formal invitation to testify, they will subpoena him, and if he ignores a subpoena, he can be held in contempt of Congress. But more importantly, from a media perspective, refusing makes him look like a coward who is afraid to defend his ideas. They will crucify him for it. He has to go. They've left him no choice." The truth of it settled over the room, cold and heavy. They were cornered. The success of the rally, the very momentum that had felt so triumphant, had forced their enemy's hand and propelled them into a far more dangerous arena. Cal looked at the faces of his friends, at the fear and the grim resolve. He looked at the official invitation on his kitchen table, the congressional seal looking like a target. He thought of the ghosts of the nonpartisan league who had tried to take on the power of the state and been crushed. He was being invited into the very belly of the beast. It was a trap designed to destroy him, to execute his movement on live television. But as the fear washed over him, another, colder thought began to form. A trap, yes, but it was also a stage, the biggest stage in the world, and his enemies had just handed him a ticket. "I'll go," he said, his voice quiet, though with a new, hard edge of determination. "They want a hearing, we'll give them a hearing." He looked at Jasmine's black icon on the screen. "But we are not going in there to have a dialogue. We are not going in there to defend. We are going in there to do exactly what you said, Jasmine. We are going to attack." The decision was made. The battle for Iowa was over. The war for Washington was about to begin.
Chapter 38. The Land Use Reveal. The invitation from the United States Congress was not a piece of paper. It was a gravitational force. It arrived in its heavy, cream-colored envelope and immediately warped the reality of the kitchen war room, pulling every conversation, every strategy, every fear into its powerful, inexorable orbit.
The document lay on the center of the table, the official seal of the House of Representatives looking like the eye of a hurricane, a calm, formal center around which a storm of panic and frantic calculation was beginning to rage. The faces on the laptop screen were grim. Jasmine Reed, her expression a mask of cold, analytical fury, had been the first to speak. She had not offered condolences, she had delivered a diagnosis.
"It's a kill box," she said, her voice sharp and stripped of all emotion. "A perfectly designed, legally sanctioned kill box. The committee rules give the chairman, Buckman, almost absolute power. He controls the clock, which means he can give his own expert witnesses an hour and you 5 minutes. He controls the witness list, which means you will be surrounded on all sides by hostile testimony. He controls the order of questioning. which means his allies will get to tenderize you before a single friendly question is asked. And the entire proceeding is covered by congressional privilege, which means they can slander you, lie about you, and accuse you of treason without any fear of a defamation suit. It is the most unequal battlefield imaginable. They are not inviting you to a hearing. They are summoning you to a public flogging.
Elena, listening from her own remote location, had seconded the diagnosis. She's right. It's the food dialogue on steroids. The media narrative is a foregone conclusion. The headline is already written. Radical farmer fails to answer tough questions. Experts reaffirm safety of American food supply. They will cut clips of you looking flustered, edit them out of context, and feed them to the cable news cycle for a week. They will turn you into a national laughingstock. Cal listened to their assessments, a cold knot of dread tightening in his stomach. He looked at Sarah, who sat beside him, her hands clenched so tightly in her lap that her knuckles were white. Her face was pale, her expression one of pure, undiluted terror. The dead cardinal was on the porch again, but this time it was wearing the seal of the U.S. Congress. "Then he can't go," Sarah said, her voice a low, fierce whisper. It was not a suggestion, it was a command.
I will not let you walk into that. I will not let them do that to you, to us, on national television. We will say no. Refusing is not an option, Sarah, Elena countered gently. As I said before, they'll just subpoena him. It makes him look weak, like he's afraid. It's a different kind of death, but it's still death. I don't care, Sarah shot back, her voice rising. Let them call him a coward. It's better than what they're planning to do to him in that room.
I would rather be a coward's wife than a martyr's widow. The word widow hung in the air, a shocking, brutal escalation that silenced the room. Cal reached over and took his wife's hand. It was ice cold. This is what they want, Jasmine's voice cut in, calm and cold as a winter morning. They want this fear. They want this division. They want us to tear ourselves apart before we even get on the plane to D.C. Panicking is not a strategy. We need to think. For an hour, they debated.
They were trapped, and every wall of the trap was solid. Going meant a public execution. Refusing meant a public surrender. They were caught in a perfect political snare, designed by masters of the craft. Cal was quiet through most of it. He listened to Jasmine's legal analysis, to Elena's media predictions, to David's worried attempts to find a third way, a clever procedural trick that might give them an advantage. He listened, most of all, to the terrified, ragged sound of Sarah's breathing beside him. He was thinking of the ghosts. He was thinking of the nonpartisan League. The League had tried to play the political game. They had elected their own candidates, taken over a state legislature. They had entered the arena of power, believing they could change it from within. And the arena itself, its rules, its traditions, its deep structural biases in favor of money and incumbency, had crushed them. They had been drawn into a fight on their enemy's turf and had been annihilated. He was being offered the same choice: walk onto their turf, play by their rules, and be destroyed. Unless, a small, cold voice whispered in the back of his mind, you don't play by their rules. Elena's words from weeks ago came back to him. You can't win by being the most reasonable guy in the room when they own the room. You have to change the conversation entirely.
The asparagus gambit had been the first iteration of that idea. It had been a way to refuse the frame of a normal political debate. But he couldn't walk into a congressional hearing and just talk about asparagus. Jasmine was right. It would make him look frivolous, a clown wasting the time of serious men. The absurdity that had been his shield in the chaotic world of the media would be a liability in the rigid, formal world of a congressional committee. He needed a new frame.
One that was as surprising as the asparagus joke, but that carried the weight and substance necessary for a congressional stage. He couldn't be the jester in that room. He had to be something else, something they were not prepared for. What if we accept, Cal said,
his voice quiet, cutting through a tense silence. All eyes, real and virtual, turned to him. What if we accept, but we don't go to the hearing? What are you talking about? David asked, confused. That's the same as refusing.
No, it's not, Cal said, a new, strange energy beginning to build in him. The fog of fear was beginning to burn away, replaced by the cold, clear light of a radical idea. We accept the invitation to testify, publicly, enthusiastically. We thank Congressman Buckman for his commitment to open dialogue. We say we are honored to have the opportunity to share our perspective with the American people. He stood up and began to pace the kitchen, the idea taking shape as he spoke.
We don't wait for them to set the stage. We set our own. Before we go to Washington, before we step foot in that hearing room, we hold a press conference, right here in Des Moines. And we announce that we are, of course, accepting the invitation. And then we tell the world what we are going to talk about. And what is that? Elena asked, her voice cautious, intrigued. Cal stopped pacing. He looked at his team. This was the moment.
The moment he had to lead them off the map into uncharted territory. We tell them that this was never about asparagus, he said, his voice low and steady. We tell them the asparagus was a symbol, a joke, a piece of performance art designed to get their attention. We admit it. We pull back the curtain on our own strategy. Cal, no, David exclaimed. That will discredit the entire movement. It makes us look like we were lying to people. We were lying to people, Cal shot back.
We were telling a joke and pretending it was serious. It was a tactic, and it worked. It got us here. But it's a tactic that has reached the end of its usefulness. It's a weapon for a different kind of battle. Now we are entering a new phase. We need a new weapon. So we thank the asparagus for its service, and we put it away. And we replace it with the truth. What truth? Jasmine asked, her voice sharp, suspicious. The real truth, Cal said.
The one that's been hiding underneath the absurdity this whole time. We tell them, this is not about a vegetable. This is about land. This is about how we use the finite, precious soil of this country. We tell them that the real issue is the destructive, unsustainable, and economically insane system of corn and soybean monoculture that is poisoning our water, degrading our soil, and making our food system dangerously brittle. He was on a roll now, the vision clear in his mind.
We reframe the entire debate. We stop talking about their world, subsidies, regulations, corporate power, and we start talking about our world, soil health, biodiversity, ecological resilience. We announce that my testimony before Congress will not be a critique of their system, but a proposal for a new one. A system based on what I'm calling a new principle of land use reform. A system that alternates commodity crops with multi-year rotations of pasture.
A system that integrates livestock back onto the land where they belong. A system that builds soil instead of depleting it, that cleans water instead of polluting it. A system that creates a healthier ecosystem and a more secure food supply. He looked at their stunned faces. We're not going to Washington to defend ourselves, he said, his voice ringing with a newfound absolute conviction.
We are going to Washington to propose the most comprehensive reform of American agricultural policy in 50 years. We are going to walk into their kill box, not as a target, but as a visionary. We will change the subject from our supposed radicalism to their catastrophic lack of imagination. We will make them, for the first time, react to us on our own terms. The audacity of it was breathtaking. It was a pivot so sharp, so unexpected, that it left them speechless.
He was proposing to abandon the very slogan that had made them famous, to admit it was a stunt, and to replace it with a substantive, complex, and deeply serious policy proposal right on the eve of the battle. Jasmine was the first to recover. A slow, dangerous smile spread across her face. "My God, Hayes," she said, a note of genuine, grudging admiration in her voice. "It's brilliant. It's legally brilliant. It completely neutralizes their strategy."
They've built an entire hearing room to prosecute a jester, and you're going to walk in dressed as a statesman. They won't know what hit them. Their questions, their witnesses, their entire strategy will be irrelevant. You'll be having a different conversation entirely. Elena was next, her mind racing through the media implications. It's a narrative reset, she said, her voice electric with excitement. It's a plot twist. The media loves a plot twist. The story is no longer crazy farmer goes to Washington. The story is maverick farmer unveils bold new vision for America's heartland. We can pre-brief reporters. We can give them the talking points. We can frame the hearing before it even begins. We seize the narrative high ground. It's perfect. David looked at Cal, his eyes wide with awe. The transformation was complete.
His quiet, methodical friend had become a political grandmaster, capable of seeing the whole board and changing the game with a single, devastating move. Cal turned to Sarah. Her face was still pale, the fear still present, but it was being replaced by something else, a dawning wonder. "Land use reform," she said, testing the words. "It sounds serious. It sounds respectable." "It is," Cal said, taking her hand. "It's the most serious thing in the world. It's the truth I've been hiding."
I'm done hiding it. I'm done being the asparagus clown. I'm going to be a farmer again. A farmer with a plan. The decision was made. The energy in the room was transformed. The fear was gone, replaced by the electric hum of a high-stakes, high-risk gambit. They spent the next 2 days in a frenzy of preparation, not for a defense, but for an attack. Cal, David, and Elena worked on the press conference statement, honing every word, crafting the perfect sound bites. Jasmine worked on the legal implications, ensuring the new framing strengthened their anti-slap motion. The press conference was held on a Friday morning in a small rented room at a hotel in Des Moines. Only a dozen reporters showed up, mostly from local and regional outlets, along with a few national correspondents who had been assigned to the crazy farmer beat. They came expecting another chapter in the bizarre asparagus story. They were about to get the shock of their careers. Cal walked to the podium, flanked by Sarah and David. He looked calm, serious, and deeply confident. He wore his good suit, the one Sarah had ironed for the food dialogue, but he looked like a different man. He was no longer a man walking into a trap. He was a man setting one. He looked out at the small bank of cameras and reporters. He took a deep breath. "Thank you all for coming," he began, his voice clear and steady. "As you know, I have been formally invited to testify before the House Committee on Agriculture in Washington, D.C. next week. I am here today to announce that I have gratefully accepted that invitation." He paused, letting that sink in. "I am also here to announce that the Feed Cows Asparagus movement is officially over." A ripple of confusion went through the room. Reporters looked at each other, baffled. "Let me be clear," Cal continued, his voice gaining strength. "The slogan, the website, the entire concept, it was a symbol. It was a piece of political theater. It was an absurd, satirical response to an absurd, broken system. And I want to thank the media and the American public for paying attention to our joke, because it has given me the platform to talk about what is not a joke." He leaned forward, his eyes burning with an intensity that made the reporters sit up straighter. "This was never about asparagus. This is about land use. It's about the fundamental, catastrophic failure of a 50-year-old agricultural policy that has incentivized the destruction of our most precious national resource, our soil. It is about a monoculture system that poisons our water, makes our food system dangerously fragile, and has pushed the American family farmer to the brink of extinction. When I go to Washington next week," he declared, his voice ringing with a new, powerful authority, "I will not be there to talk about vegetables. I will be there to propose the most significant land use reform in modern American history. I will lay out a new vision for our heartland,
A vision based on diversification, resilience, and soil health. A vision that integrates crops and livestock, that rebuilds rural communities, and that provides a secure, healthy food supply for generations to come. He looked directly into the main camera, as if speaking to Marcus Thorne, to Richard Sterling, to Congressman Buckman himself.
"The joke is over," he said, his voice a low, clear challenge. "The real conversation begins now, and I look forward to having it with the committee next week." He stepped back from the podium. The room was silent for a beat, the reporters stunned, their pre-written narratives instantly obsolete. Then, a flurry of hands shot into the air, a cacophony of questions erupting at once. The trap had been sprung. The subject had been changed.
The entire political landscape had been redrawn in the space of a 5-minute speech. Cal Hayes was no longer the asparagus clown. He was the farmer with a plan, and he was on his way to Washington.
Chapter 39, Omniagra's Panic. The video feed from Des Moines played on the 80-inch monitor in Marcus Thorne's office like a broadcast from a parallel universe. The image was of Caleb Hayes standing at a podium, his face calm and resolute. But the words coming from his mouth were an act of catastrophic sabotage, a complete upending of the reality Thorne had so carefully constructed.
Thorne stood frozen, his hand gripping a crystal glass of water so tightly he felt the condensation slick his fingers. Beside him, his young associate, Kevin Jennings, was physically trembling, his eyes wide with the uncomprehending horror of a man watching a city burn. On the screen, Cal Hayes uttered the fatal words, "This was never about asparagus. This is about land use."
Thorne let out a low, guttural sound, a noise of pure, undiluted fury that was utterly alien to the cool, controlled atmosphere of his office. He snatched the remote from his desk and clicked the screen off, plunging the room into a sudden, tense silence. "Son of a witch," Thorne whispered, his voice a ragged edge of disbelief. "The son of a witch changed the game." "Sir?" Jennings stammered, his face pale. I don't understand. He admitted it was a joke. He's discredited himself."
"Isn't this a good thing?" Thorne turned on his subordinate with a look of such venomous contempt that Jennings physically recoiled. "A good thing?" he hissed, his voice dangerously low. "A good thing? You idiot! Don't you see what he's done? We built a cage for a clown, and a statesman just walked out of it and set the whole goddamn circus on fire."
He began to pace the length of his office, his movements no longer fluid and confident, but sharp and agitated, the caged energy of a predator that has just realized it is the one being hunted. "We spent millions," he spat, his words clipping the air. "Millions of dollars. We built a national narrative. We cast him as a frivolous, ridiculous joke. We prepared a congressional hearing, a public execution, designed to humiliate a man who wants to feed asparagus to cows.
We have expert witnesses ready to testify about the nutritional deficiencies of asparagus. We have economic models showing the catastrophic cost of converting cornfields to asparagus farms. We have binders, Kevin. Binders full of exquisitely detailed, perfectly researched arguments against a position that as of 10 minutes ago no longer exists." He slammed his hand down on his granite desk. The sound echoed in the silent room. He pulled the entire foundation out from under us.
He's not the asparagus clown anymore. He's the visionary with a plan for land use reform. He's not a joke. He's a policy wonk. And the entire multi-million-dollar trap we set for him is now a pile of useless, smoldering garbage. The intercom on his desk buzzed, a shrill, intrusive sound. "Mr. Thorne," his assistant's voice said, tinny and nervous. "Mr. Sterling is on line 1. He sounds displeased." Thorne closed his eyes for a brief second, composing himself, forcing the rage down. He walked to his desk and activated the video conference. Richard Sterling's face appeared on the monitor. He was not shouting. He was not pacing. He was perfectly still,
his hands steepled before him, but his eyes were chips of obsidian, and the cold fury emanating from him was so intense it seemed to lower the temperature of the room. "Marcus," Sterling said, his voice a soft, silken whisper that was more terrifying than any shout. "Explain to me what just happened."
Explain to me how the provincial farmer we were planning to publicly disembowel next week has just rewritten the entire script of a play for which we have already sold all the tickets. Richard, it was a complete blindside, Thorne began, his own voice tight with a deference born of fear. No one saw this coming. He's abandoned the entire premise of his movement. He has not abandoned it, Marcus, Sterling corrected him, his voice dangerously quiet. He has evolved it.
He used the absurdity as a Trojan horse to get our attention, to get the media's attention, to get a seat at the table in Washington. And now that he has it, he has shed the disguise and revealed his true purpose. He has played us. He has played us with a level of strategic sophistication that is frankly insulting. The word hung in the air. Insulting. For a man like Richard Sterling, it was the ultimate sin.
Our entire strategy for the Buckman hearing is now obsolete, Sterling continued, his voice still a low, controlled murmur, but with an undercurrent of seismic rage. Our witnesses are prepared to debunk a jester. They are utterly unprepared to debate a comprehensive land use policy proposal. If that hearing goes forward as planned, Hayes will walk in there looking like the only adult in the room. He will present his vision, and our side will be left sputtering about asparagus. We will be a laughingstock. "We have to get Buckman to postpone," Thorne said, grasping at straws. "Cancel the hearing. Say it's under review." "Absolutely not." Sterling's voice was suddenly a whip crack, the first break in his chilling composure. "We cannot cancel. That would be a concession of defeat. It would be an admission that we are unprepared, that he has outmaneuvered us. The media would have a field day. No, the hearing will proceed as scheduled."
"We have lost the element of surprise, but we will not cede the battlefield. We simply need a new strategy, immediately." The pressure in the room was immense. This was no longer a game of chess. It was a frantic, desperate scramble to rebuild a fortress while it was actively being shelled. "So what's the new narrative?" Thorne asked, his mind racing. "How do we frame this? How do we attack him now?" Sterling was silent for a long moment, his reptilian eyes narrowed in thought.
The gears of his vast, amoral intellect were turning, searching for a new angle, a new weapon. "He has given us one opening," Sterling said finally, his voice returning to its conspiratorial purr. "He has been dishonest. He built a national movement on what he now admits was a joke, a lie. He deceived the public. He deceived the media. He deceived his own followers. That is our new line of attack. We will pivot from mocking his absurdity to attacking his duplicity."
The new strategy began to take shape in the air between Washington and Cedar Rapids, born of panic and fury. "We will call it the bait and switch," Sterling dictated, his voice gaining strength as the new narrative formed. "We will frame him as a cynical, manipulative political operative who used a folksy, ridiculous slogan to hide his true radical agenda. The op-eds, the press releases, the talking points for Congressman Buckman, everything changes.
The new message is this: Caleb Hayes is not a farmer. He is a fraud. He is not a truth teller. He is a trickster. He does not have a vision. He has a hidden agenda. "It's good," Thorne said, grabbing a pen and starting to scribble notes. The panic in his eyes was being replaced by the familiar, predatory gleam of a new attack. It's aggressive. It puts him back on the defensive. It questions his character, his integrity. It does more than that, Sterling said.
It gives our allies something to say. Right now, they are flat-footed. They don't know how to respond to land use reform, but they know how to respond to a lie. We will feed this narrative to every friendly journalist, every allied politician, every talking head on our payroll. By the time Hayes gets to that hearing room, the story will not be about his bold new vision.
It will be about his cynical deception. He leaned closer to the camera on his desk, his eyes locking with Thorne's.
This has become a much more dangerous game, Marcus. We are no longer trying to swat a fly. We are trying to slay a dragon that we, in our arrogance, helped create. There is no more room for error. I want our entire team working on this. I want new talking points on every desk in Omniagra's Government Relations Department by noon. I want a new opposition research file on this land use reform nonsense by tomorrow. I want to know everything about it, where it comes from, and how to kill it.
The video feed clicked off. Thorne was left in the silence of his office, his heart still pounding. The panic had subsided, replaced by the grim, focused adrenaline of a renewed fight. He looked at the notes he had scrawled: bait and switch, fraud, deception, hidden agenda. It was a good story. It was a strong attack. But as he looked out the window at the endless, orderly rows of corn that stretched to the horizon, a small, cold slitter of doubt entered his mind for the first time.
They had a new story, but Caleb Hayes had one too. And for the first time in his career, Marcus Thorne was not entirely certain whose story was going to win. The damage was done. The farmer had seized control, and they were now, terrifyingly, on the defensive. Chapter 40: Prepping for War. The press conference was a declaration of war. The days that followed were the mobilization. The quiet of the Hayes family kitchen was replaced by the constant humming energy of a command bunker in the tense hours before a major offensive. The air itself felt different, thin and sharp with adrenaline and lack of sleep. The land use reveal had been a brilliant strategic victory, but it was a victory that had committed them to a battle on the most dangerous ground imaginable, a congressional hearing room in Washington, D.C. Their world shrank to the dimensions of the laptop screen, a portal through which their small, scattered army coordinated its desperate last-ditch preparations. Jasmine Reed's face, a sharp, unsmiling icon of legal severity, was a near-constant presence on the screen. Elena's disembodied voice was the strategic narrator, a cynical Greek chorus predicting every move the enemy would make. And David, from his own home, had transformed his dining room table into the nerve center of their grassroots digital campaign. The first session with Jasmine was a brutal awakening. Cal, still riding a mild wave of adrenaline from the success of the press conference, came to the video call feeling confident, prepared to discuss the finer points of his new land use proposal.
Jasmine disabused him of this notion within 30 seconds.
"Let's get something straight, Cal," she began, her voice cutting through the speakerphone with the precision of a laser. "The hearing next week is not a policy debate. It is not a seminar. It is a trial, and you are the defendant. The charge is that you are a dangerous radical, and the purpose of the hearing is to find you guilty in the court of public opinion. My job is to make sure you are acquitted." "Your job is to do exactly what I tell you to do. Forget your grand vision for 5 minutes. We are now in survival mode." She had him set up a second chair in his office, facing his own. "I will be Congressman Buckman," she announced, "and I will be every other hostile Republican on that committee. I will not be polite. I will not be fair. I will interrupt you. I will twist your words. I will put you on trial, and you will learn how to answer." The first mock cross-examination was a disaster. "Mr. Hayes," Jasmine began, her voice shifting, adopting a booming, condescending tone that was a perfect imitation of a self-important politician. "I see from your biography that you are a farmer from Iowa. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir," Cal said, respectfully. "And is it also correct that you are the founder of a movement that goes by the absurd and frankly insulting name of Feed Cows Asparagus?" "Well, as I explained at my press conference, that was a form of political—" "A simple yes or no will suffice, Mr. Hayes," Jasmine snapped, cutting him off. "This committee's time is valuable. Did you or did you not create the Feed Cows Asparagus movement?" "Yes, but—" "Thank you," she said, cutting him off again. "So you are the asparagus man. And now you come before this committee with a brand new comprehensive plan to reorganize the entire American agricultural system.
Is that also correct? I have a proposal for land use reform, yes. A proposal you unveiled, 3 days ago? Jasmine's voice was dripping with theatrical incredulity. So you expect the hard-working members of this committee who have spent their entire careers studying these complex issues to take seriously a plan you dreamed up over a long weekend? Mr. Hayes, are you an agronomist? No, I'm a farmer. Are you an economist? No. Are you a soil scientist? A policy expert? A logistician?
No, So you are none of the things one might expect from a man proposing a radical restructuring of a $2 trillion sector of our economy, Jasmine concluded, her voice a silken hammer blow. Tell me, Mr. Hayes, what was the last book you read on macroeconomic policy? Cal was flustered, angry, his face flushing with heat. That's not relevant. I will determine what is relevant, Mr. Hayes. Jasmine's voice boomed.
You are asking this country to trust you with its food supply. Your credibility, your expertise, your very seriousness as a human being are all deeply relevant. So I will ask you again, what makes you qualified to be here today, wasting this committee's valuable time with your half-baked amateur proposals? I'm a farmer who sees a problem, Cal finally burst out, his voice rising with frustration. So you are a man with a grievance, Jasmine said, her voice dropping to a low, dismissive tone.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. You have answered my question perfectly. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for this witness. Jasmine's face on the screen returned to its normal, impassive state. You're dead, she said flatly. You lasted 90 seconds. You let him frame you. You got angry. You got defensive. You let him lead you down a path where you were defending your own qualifications instead of advancing your argument. You lost. Let's go again. They went again, and again, for hours.
Jasmine was relentless. She drilled him on procedure. You will address the chairman as Mr. Chairman. You will refer to the other members as the gentleman from Ohio or the gentlewoman from California. You will be unfailingly polite, especially when they are being monstrous. Politeness is your armor. She drilled him on the traps. They will ask you about your funding. They will ask you about your personal finances. They will ask you about the political affiliations of your supporters.
Congressman, I am here today to discuss my proposal for land use reform. If you have a question about soil health or crop rotation, I would be happy to answer it.
Cal felt like he was being broken down, his own personality, his own honest, direct way of speaking, being systematically dismantled and replaced with a set of defensive, artificial reflexes. While Jasmine was handling the legal combat training, Elena was in charge of the air war. Her sessions with Cal were focused on the world outside the hearing room. Forget the congressman, Elena said, her voice a low, urgent hum. They are not your audience. They are props.
Your audience is the camera at the back of the room. Your audience is the reporter on a deadline who needs a 30-second clip for the nightly news. Your audience is the person scrolling through their phone on their lunch break. You are not there to have a conversation. You are there to create 3 perfect, repeatable, 60-second sound bites. She made him distill his entire complex vision for land use reform into a few simple, powerful phrases. They workshopped from for hours.
Land use reform is good, she said. It's the title, but it's too abstract. We need something that hits the gut, something that sounds like common sense. They settled on 3 core messages. The first was about the soil. We are treating our soil like dirt. It is the foundation of our entire food system, and we are letting it wash away. My plan is about rebuilding our soil for our children and our grandchildren.
The second was about the farmer. The current system has turned the American farmer into a serf on his own land, drowning in debt and dependent on a single corporate buyer. My plan is about restoring the independence and dignity of the family farm. The third was about the future. A nation that cannot feed itself is not a secure nation. A food system that depends on a single crop is not a secure food system. Land use reform is not a radical idea.
It is a national security imperative.
That's it, Elena said, a note of triumph in her voice. Soil, farmer, security. That's your holy trinity. No matter what they ask you, no matter how they attack you, you bring it back to one of those 3 points. You will say them so many times, you will be sick of the sound of your own voice. You will be a human talking point. It will be boring, it will be repetitive, and it will be devastatingly effective. While Cal was being forged into a new kind of weapon, David was mobilizing the army.
He worked his own network with a quiet, methodical brilliance. The Too Much Corn email list was dead, but the forums on the website were still active, a smoldering ember of the old movement. David fanned it back into a flame. He posted a new call to action, a masterpiece of grassroots organizing. Friends, it began. Next week, Cal Hayes goes to Washington. He is walking into a hostile environment, a hearing designed to discredit and humiliate him.
The corporate powers and their allies in Congress are going to try to silence him. We cannot let that happen. While Cal is fighting for us on the inside, we need to fight for him on the outside. He announced a nationwide call-in day for the day of the hearing. He used the research Elena had provided to create a detailed dossier on every single member of the House Agriculture Committee, their home districts, their major donors, their public stance on farm policy.
He created a simple, powerful call script for their supporters. My name is your name, and I am a constituent of Congressman Name. I am calling to urge the congressman to ensure a fair and respectful hearing for Farmer Caleb Hayes. Mr. Hayes is a courageous voice for reform, and he deserves to be heard, not attacked. We will be watching. The response was electric. The old coalition may have fractured, but the core was still there, and it was now battle-hardened and focused.
The forums lit up with people pledging to call, organizing local watch parties for the hearing, and sharing the call scripts with their own networks. David had given them a mission, a tangible way to fight back. The days blurred into a single, continuous stream of preparation. Cal felt like a prizefighter in the final days of training camp, his body and mind pushed to the absolute limit. He was exhausted, overwhelmed, and terrified.
The weight of the entire movement, of the hopes of thousands of people he had never met, rested on his shoulders. The night before they were scheduled to fly to Washington, he sat at the kitchen table long after Sarah had gone to bed. The house was quiet. He was staring at the 3 sound bites Elena had made him memorize, the words blurring in front of his tired eyes. He felt like a fraud. He was a farmer from Iowa.
He was about to walk into the United States Capitol and pretend to be a statesman, a legal expert, a media personality. He was an actor who had been cast in a role he was not qualified to play. Sarah came downstairs, awakened by his absence. She saw the look on his face, the deep, profound exhaustion, the flicker of doubt in his eyes. She came and stood behind his chair, her hands coming to rest on his shoulders. "You're not an actor, Cal," she said softly, as if she had read his mind.
You're just you, the man who saw that his creek was dying and decided he had to do something about it. All these other things, the sound bites, the legal tactics, the politics, that's not you. That's just armor. You have to wear it to survive the battle. But underneath it all, you're still the same man. Don't ever forget that. She leaned down and kissed the top of his head. They don't know who they're dealing with, she whispered. They think they're fighting a symbol.
They have no idea they're about to go to war with my husband. He closed his eyes and leaned back into her touch. Her words were the last piece of his preparation, the final, essential piece of armor he had been missing. He was prepped, he was drilled, he was ready. The war was waiting for him in Washington.